Abunda. The return of Abunda. 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 Ay, ay, ay. A lot of stuff that's going on, actually. Right. Hello. It is I, your boy, Shamoy. Making people beget man. Man, Trump supporters are, not intelligent. I thought. Very idiotic individuals that we're looking at here. Jesus. Actually, we need that open because I need to look at fights. So Wally is first, and he's on Route 110. Luckily, we don't have to do any lead training or shit. Just go straight into a fight. Okay. Sneasler with a focus sash on Burden. I'll come up with something for that. The Abunda agenda. Abunda! I guess the G7 is also going on in Canada, right? I don't think there's really anything to, like, is there anything interesting to talk about at the G7 besides, I don't know, Trump just being stupid? Abunda! Emulators. Okay, Wally. I can go with Coffee Grigus, run no item, burn the Sneasler, or I can just run Gliscor. I'll use Gliscor in the lead to take on the Sneasler, because it doesn't really have anything, right? We need an electric type to be able to take out the Corvi. Could keep Mega Manectric on the team for that. Where else would Mega Manectric be good? Solid against the other stuff in there. Yeah, what the hell? You just have Trump derangement syndrome, brother. Yeah, that's right. That's right, brother. Those guys are fucking schizos, dude. They're, like, really dumb. Like, there's... Now we're starting to get, like, people who are, like, multi-posting as well. Oh, that's how you know that they're really not mad. What's up, Zane? Like that's how you can definitely tell that they're not very mad at all. Yeah, start spamming the schizos. Claude is a pretty good matchup. I like Claude. A big, Claudey little boy. Darmanitan, huh? Is it choice? No, it's got a life orb. Makes sense. Shoot force. Just need something that speed, just take it out. Guard Force speed, I believe it's just base 100. It's not that fast. It's pretty slow. Well, for a Mega, that is, relatively speaking. Do I want to run Mega Beedrill? Do I want to run Mega Beedrill? Mayhaps I would like to run Mega Beedrill. Just U-turn. Be annoying. Ugh. KO that fucking Gardevoir. Not really much else. Where's my Netric? You know, good against the Corvi and Wishy-Washy? I don't think so. Yes, it is. I guess it is. Listen, I just play Glitch X Cities, video game lo-fi stuff, so I guess it is. I keep hearing very good things about Expedition 33, Clarobscura Expedition 33. I hear many good things, folks. Many people are saying that it's a very good game, folks. Let me tell you, folks. Many people are saying that Expedition 33 Clarobscura, or Clarobscura Expedition 33 is fantastic, folks. Very good. Excellent. People have many compliments, many things that they're saying that are very positive about the game. Why is Darmanitan so annoying to take on? Why are you slow, bro? Slowbro should be able to take that thing on. Monkey. Monkey. Wicked. Hell yeah. Zane do be cooking up them emotes. Do be cooking. You know, creative outlets is always good to have, you know? Listen, folks, let me tell you, many people are saying that having a creative outlet is a good thing for you. Let me tell you, folks. People would benefit significantly from having creative outlets. Let me tell you, folks. Let me tell you. Very important to be creative. Let me tell you, folks. That's true. Yeah, Warframe Sensei, more like Emote Sensei, that's true. You have water absorb, right? Yeah. There should be something that punches through the wishy-washy. Let me tell you, folks. Let me tell you. Gardevoir with Pixelate, but no move that can utilizes the Pixelate whatsoever. That's very funny. Go with this, I guess. Fuck it. Alright. Let's give people their items, folks, and then get to the fight. Very important that we fight.
Yeah, it's 1 out of 4096. So it's about 0.25%. Alright, Wally's supposed to be around here somewhere. I don't know where, but he's around here somewhere. I've not been to the fucking bike path quite yet.
Alright, I'll come in with the bike, you bastard.
You can get it easily? That's what you're saying, and now you're going to be constantly resetting for a long time. You say that, and now it's time for you to not get it ever. Oh, hello. What's up? Alright, see ya. I'm gonna say pre-poisoned. That's true.
Many people are saying that luck is actually a skill, folks.
Benjamin. There he is. He's in front of the trick house. Yeah, you're definitely... I'm pretty sure in order to progress, you have to go to the trick house. Got quick attacked. Got smacked down. Slow down. Grab the wall. Shut up, bitch. I ain't even trying to cycle. Fuck you. Yeah, we definitely have to go to the trick house.
We're gonna start fighting, folks. Let me tell you, folks. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, folks. We're gonna start doing some fights. Very important. We're gonna keep making people, getting people mad on the internet. Very important. It's incredibly important.
What do you want, fucking Papega? What? You got something to say, puto? You know what you gotta say for yourself, huh? Papega? Yeah, what? We're waiting. Mods, ban Ford. Ban him. Ban him for 1 second. Mods, ban him. He deserves to be banned for at least 2 seconds. I don't think Boy Meets Minnie is here. Boy Meets Minnie is AFK. I will now ban you myself. Fuck you. Yeah, it's true. Minnie is asleep at the wheel as always. Alright. Why don't we... start the fight? Doing this just to puto. Alright. Let's go. Alright, chat. Say hi, YouTube. YouTube! Wally. But what the? This isn't Victory Road. This is in front of the Trick House. What the? I know, it's crazy. The team. This is the team. Eh? You know, eh? That's what we got. He's got a fucking Sneasler with a focus sash. It's gonna be annoying. And a bunch of other just like consistent good stuff. Yeah, he says like some just like consistent stuff. Anyway. My score came pre-poisoned, so I don't have to care about getting knocked off. Hey, Wally. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to go into the trick house before you face Norman, but I'm not sure. But I'm just gonna figure that out. Alright. So they can't really do anything besides, well, going for knockoff. I'm thinking about if I want to just knock off this door. That's what. Alright, that's a chicken. Chicken! That's fine. What ability does this thing even have, right? What ability? What do you do? Sure, man. Yeah. Alright, let's go into main act trick. Probably get a free KO here. Time to die, you obnoxious chicken. Death. Goodbye, chicken. The chicken lived. It's not possible. It's crazy. The chicken lived. That's not a big deal, to be honest. And no. Listen, it ended up working out okay because I got an extra turn of healing out of that, so let's see what this actually. Setting the Gardevoir? Interesting. What are you gonna click on? Like, psychic? Especially defensive. I'd probably take the hit. Oh, no, I went defensive on this thing, I think. Did I go defensive? Yes, I did. Oh, wait, I forgot to change the nature. Never mind. I am especially defensive. I just forgot to change the nature. I'm just gonna keep it out there. Does this thing have ice speed? What do you do to me? Does bullet punch for Metagross take this thing out? Let's find out. It's got the toughness boost. Yes. Goodbye, Gardevoir. Well, here's this threat. That wants to, like, probably flare blitz. I forgot the T-Slow, bro. I forgot the T-Slow bro spell again. That's okay, whatever. That's a crit. Nice. Start. Alright. do 1v1 this thing. So it's not a big deal. Slowbro do me very bulky. Now you're dead. Galvin Tula. So we have this thing. Get him, Claude. Get him, little guy. That's kind of annoying. And you got the drop there. Cover on this thing yet. Get that eventually. Giga Drain. Alright. Sure, man. Still easy win this 1v1. Just gotta keep whittling away. Just hit him with the whittle. Get him, Claude. Yes. Only the greatest and best amongst us can win. That being Claude's Iron. Are you gonna knock me off? It's really the only thing you can do to me is just knock off. Funnily enough, I have the Mega Stone equipped on the Slowbro, so Slowbro won't take as much for a knockoff, funnily enough. It's just not a terrible switch here. You bitch. Fucking taunting me, bastard. So I'm just gonna teleport out. I don't want you to activate your burden, so you're dead now. What's left is the wishy-washy. Freaking little tiny fish. But now it's not a tiny fish. It's a giant fish! Woo! It's probably gonna go for like King Power Grass or something. Or take a guess. I think it can really hit me. Should be able to do anything else, I think. He went for Ice Beam against the slow. Okay. Sure, man. That doesn't make any sense, but okay, whatever. Cool, man. Sure. This game is very silly sometimes. A lot of damage. Probably one move if I were to guess. Isn't gonna do too much. Alright, well. You're now a useless fish. This game's pretty much done. No. GG. Looks like I'll be the one getting into the trick house, Wally. is. I mean, except for like the random ice beam. I'm pretty sure Slowbro would not have died from ice beam with that range, but whatever. Silly game. Menu, YouTube. Remember to catch these live as always. Twitch.tv/JohnWormba and also on YouTube. You know where it is. Remember, like, comment, subscribe, do all that good YouTube algo shit. You know how it is. Anyway. Peace out, YouTube. Nice. We need to head now to the desert because we need to get a bunch of stuff from the desert. We need to go to the desert. I forgot about the desert. That's true. Off to the desert. Alright, desert. So we need to get surf. That's sandstorm. Mirage Tower, you say? Well, we definitely want Mirage Tower. Now you may be wondering, why do we want Mirage Tower? The reason is because there's a lot of really useful stuff in there, but I anticipate the Mirage Tower will not appear until, like, super fucking late in the game. There's Dragonair that spawn here. There's water in this area. Oh, there is water in this area. I know where the water is. You can't fuckle with Shuckle. What are you complaining about now, puto? What do you want? That's a level 55 Alolan Sandshrew. Okay. That person's epic. What are you complaining about? What do you want, huh? Explica. Where the hell am I? Nothing? So then what are you complaining about, puto? Yeah, you are, Pogo. We know. We know. You are puto. That's a fucking threat. This motherfucker knew that I'd be doing that? That's a Mega Mawile. Ow, that did a lot of damage. Get outplayed, dumbass. Right, it's got fucking Sand Rush and shit. Fuck you. It's a fucking deer. Alright, well, fuck you. And there's a fucking double battle up there. Alright, cool. Can you trap in this game? I was about to say there's no way. Oh, that's a fucking Vish. That's a threat. Go away. What ability do you have in this game? Shell armor? Figured. Mega Aerodactyl. That lived? Because fuck you, that's why. Alright, so there's definitely surf down here, considering all the dumbasses that I have to fucking put into packs right now. So what the hell is in this desert, in terms of the deck staff? I know that Ford is puto. That's true, and real, and always based and correct to say. That the Fortnet is massive babagus. Massive papega. Also, puto, it's gonna be Arbites soon, huh? You know, I should probably catch Grievard because I can do last respect shenanigans with that thing. It's not a bad Pokemon to have around, probably. You got nothing to say for yourself, puto? Huh? Or are you just gonna keep being puto? Well, that's a rhetorical question. You are always puto. Boy Meets Mini is gonna play Darktide? What the? That's brazy. Baltoy, Gibble, Larvitar in here. If Ford is puto, am I pendejo? You're something. Yeah, I also don't. I think Boy Meets Mini is also lying to us as well. Typical Boy Meets Mini lying, as always, to be expected. Alright, well, let's take on the two putos here. That's an immediate fucking Sandrush Excadrill. That's cool. This is gonna be fucking annoying, actually. Sandy Shocks? Did I get outsped by the fucking Sandy Shocks? Wonderful. Did I fucking hit myself in confusion again? Dude, why do I keep hitting myself in fucking confusion? Fucking finally. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm like barely fucking paying attention to what the fuck's going on in this damn fight. I'll be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing. Do these motherfuckers have air balloons? Is that what's happening? I lose. Alright. What the fuck is happening? I'll be honest, I was not really fucking paying attention to anything at all. Okay. Is that fight hard? Probably not. I just should probably actually take a look. Okay, well, first off, get rid of this fucking weather, okay? I'm gonna grab the Beedrill. to RKO that fucking Rotom. Okay. Let's actually pay attention to what we're supposed to be doing. Dink donk, dink donk, pay attention, Daho. Dink donk! Dink donk, pay attention. Okay, this is probably fine. Alright. Of course that thing is a fucking focus sash. It's whatever. Go away. Go away. You want for Thunderbolt? Just whatever. It's fine. You lived? Are you serious? Whatever. It's pretty much game. How the fuck does this thing live? Fuck you. Bitch. Know your place. Give me the surf. Fuck you. Damn libtards. I'll grab this thing. Okay, now we need to spend some time in here until we get the dumbass shit. Starting with you. Little fucking turd brain fucking decided not to stay. Okay. How about instead of being cucked and liberal, you stay in the ball. No, you want to be cucked and liberal? Like the Fortnite? Understandable. He is cucked and liberal. This thing's being a real bitch right now. Imagine streaming in the year of our Lord 2025. I could never imagine doing such a thing. You're being a real bastard right now. Are you fucking actually for real? Fuck you, you stupid fucking bitch. God, so... Almost makes me want to put on the fucking cheat for 100% catch rate on everything, so then I don't have to fucking deal with that bullshit, because it's just so fucking annoying. It's just like, stay in the ball. Just stay. Stop being such a stupid fucking bitch. Stop being so dumb and fucking annoying. Just stay in ball. Here, I'm gonna fucking change it to nighttime as well. For dusk balls. Because it gets a bonus during nighttime as well. No, it's not the correct fucking ball. God damn it. But you know, sometimes the game just prefers to be like a complete utter bastard instead. Fucking dumbass game. Now you want to stay in the fucking... Fuck you. Fucking stupid ass Garchomp. Those are the two things that are missing here. It's just Orthworm and Baltoy. It's 4%. So we got the two 1% before we got any of the 4%. That's really funny. This game is so fucking goofy, dude. Can I get the worm? No. I just want the worm and the fucking Baltoy. And then I will leave. Fuck you. Don't trap me, idiot. Finally. Alright, just need the worm. Oh boy, rare candy. There we go. We can now leave. Goodbye. Alright, trick house time. Trick house. I think you're supposed to go into the trick house? I don't know. Still have no idea what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Got Wally. Has to be trick house in order to progress. It's like the only thing I can think of in terms of like what we're supposed to do in terms of progression. Is it an iron moth? Cringe. So that's Garchomp and T-Tar. Well, we probably want to train up the T-Tar immediately. Because that's going to be Excadrill's new best friend over Hippowdon. Not that Hippowdon is a bad best friend to have, but T-Tar is better. T-Tar is a much better best friend to Excadrill. We'll just do that immediately. Also going to take Mega Medicham with me. Because it's just a gaggles of poison types, basically. Gaggle upon gaggle of poison types, which is not going to be too bad. And let's also grab Metagross. And there's some specific stuff that's going to be annoying. I'm just going to grab Metagross, I think. Don't want anything else. Probably Alakazam would be the better choice here because of Magic Guard. Or Mega Medicham. Could go Mega Alakazam instead. Should be probably good enough to beat everything. Alright, T-Tar. Just go with, like, the defensive version. Fuck it. Just make this dumbass as tanky as possible. guitar. Alright, be as fat as possible. There you go. Sandstream already equipped. Lovely. That is Tyranitar. Let's just give you Choppleberry. It's good. Lovely. Alright. Alright, sand for all the poison types. Go. Go. We're switching, huh? Oh, just went for the fucking... Okay, that's fine, I guess. Alright, you're asking me to actually have to pay attention. Fine, I suppose. Faked me out, that's what it did. What to say? How the fuck did I die there? What the? Go away. My assumption is that I probably have to fight everybody. Alright, dumbass with the Galarian wheezing. What typing do you have? Is it still just poison Mega Gardevoir? Or Mega Garbodor? Okay, nice. Fish. Don't really care about T-Spikes. Annoying item. Ooh, I lived. Hard body. How the fuck do you have this thing? Go away. Sandrush Excadrilled, idiot. Hello. What do you got for me, buddy? Ah! I'll take Gunk Shot, sure. Garbodorite. You give me Mega Stones, is what you give me. Okay. Garbodorite and Toxtricite. Which I did not have before, but now I do. Nice. Worthwhile to do the Trick House, huh? Which means what? Let me see the next one then. It's a grass type, so they're gonna give me grass type Mega Stones. So I assume that's where the Roseriteite is gonna come from. Butterfreeite and Snorlaxite are gonna come from the next set. So much grass types, then steel types. Steelixite, Kinglerite, more than likely, are where it's gonna come from. The steel types. Okay. And then figuring out how to win is gonna be. We'll get around to that at some point. Alright, so obviously what is next is we head now to Norman, huh? It's Norman. I think. Oh, he wants me to do the oh, he just wants me to keep doing the Trick House. Oh, okay. So just keep doing the Trick House, and then you can go face Norman. Okay, so. Alright. Okay. Alright, grass types now. I definitely am going to take Mega Beedrill. Mega Beedrill's going to go in. There's also a couple of bugs in here as well, so bugs and other stuff. Probably just gonna lead with Mega Beedrill every single time though. Scizor would also perform really well here as well, but I think Beedrill would be better. Adaptability, poison jabs, and whatnot are going to do a fuck ton of damage. Corv is going to be good here, I think, as well. Probably going to take Corv. It's a solid pivot. I was about to say, where's my Beedrill? We want to just Mega with it turn 1 every single time, pretty much, I think. I would have liked to have been able to use Hydreigon. Hydreigon would go ham. Also Pidgeot would go really well here. Nothing really here likes Hurricanes. Nothing at all likes Hurricanes. Everything would suffer and get fucking annihilated by Hurricanes. Let's just go with Mega Beedrill for now. Take the Corv. keep the G King. Wish you had triple axle. Oh, this would be really good. I mean, it's still pretty good, but not as good as it could be. Let's go with Gren. So we can always just do shenanigans with this with Greninja. We have our defensive, pretty much our defensive pivot's all good. Now it's just getting some offense going. Monkey. Take this in case of setup sweepers, maybe? There's a bunch of like annoying like rock types. I think I might just take I could take Aegislash. Aegislash will perform well against those. Alright, the other Aegislasher I would take Metagross, but Aegislash will do better because of its typing. No leftovers on it though is kind of bad, but good luck getting more leftovers right now. Although I probably could, it would just be a fucking grind. The final slot. For who? Bunny. Alright, cool. We're good. Let's focus sash. Just go for sneak. Dead. There's the cart. Click off, I assume. Nice slash. That's not good. Stone Edge? Okay. Sure, man. Whatever. Did that thing just get the fucking boost? Yes. Nice fucking meme, dude. Fucking the Roserade gets the fucking Omni boost. It's fucking awesome. mid cycle right now. Hit. Nice. Also doesn't miss anything. Okay, well, that was kind of cringe. Do I have to start all over again? Yeah, I think I do. It's annoying. Oh, no, I don't have to do any of the fights anymore. That's why I wish I should have probably brought a fucking unaware Pokemon. I get fucking stunned. Whatever. Fuck off. Much better. Get out of here, dumbass. Alright, give me my Mega Stones. Solar Beam. Okay. And Solar Blade. Grassy Glide. Okay. Grass Knot. Okay, so it's a bunch of grass-type TMs because we faced Gardenia already. And also, she didn't give any Mega Stones or anything. All she gives is an Eviolite and U-Turn. A couple other things. She doesn't give, like, a huge package of grass-type moves. And this is where they can fit it in. Same with Bug. Right? Yeah. Which is why it's a bunch of grass and bug types here. And there's the Butterfreeite, Snorlaxite, and Roseradeite. This is just where they can fit it. Alright, this should be the last time we do Trick House. Trick House for the last time. Okay. Steel types, huh? Could just go with, like, Luna. Ursa Luna will punch through basically anything. Take Megan Fernape, I think. It's gonna be really good in this. It's gonna be very good, I think. Just because there's, like, shit like, what? Durant as well. Probably outspeeds basically everything. Just decent punch through anything. A couple of waters as well. Take an electric type for them. to take Toxapex, I think. It's going to be a very good pivot to everything. Also take Gliscor. Gliscor, Bane of Steel types. Monkey. I would have taken this if I had Eruption on it. We will give Ursaluna more than likely a appropriate item. Take Nidoking. It's a good special attacker. Ground special attacker, really useful. And then for the final slot, I can almost take really anything, to be honest, right? Doesn't matter. Options. Oh, I want to take an electric type, right. For the water, for these stupid water steals. So, for example, yeah, Kingler gets walled by Lantern. Samurott also basically gets walled by Lantern. Could take Lantern. I'll go with Lantern. Alright. Should be good. Don't want you to get knocked off, so we're just gonna keep you itemless. Give you a Flame Orb. And we'll finish this shit off. Alright, final Trick House challenge. Steals, huh? So yeah, I guess they want you to go through the Trick House because there's a bunch of gym leaders that aren't going to be available. So grasses and bug, none of that is available throughout the gym leaders, you know, with Sinnoh gym leaders and also the Hoenn gym leaders. So to compensate for that, well, they have the Trick House to do that. Oh, it had an Aqua Berry. I was about to say, what the fuck killed me? Jesus. That took me out? Really? Christ. This Lantern fucking it's dog shit. Got the burn. So we win this 1v1. Eventually. I think I have booster energy. It's probably gonna go for Shy Shock. Bro fucking predicted me, I guess. Cool. Did I get flinched? Why did my knockoff, like, do nothing? What the fuck? I think I just lose. Alright. Epic. Alright, epic. Great start. Let's try that again. Actually pay attention to what the fuck we're supposed to do here. dumbass fucking lived. I did not see what the fucking thing got. We're just gonna kill that fucking threat immediately. Big Joe. How? Alright, well, that's a start, I suppose. Acquired. Bro lived with Sturdy. Nice meme. That fucking Ferrothorn's gonna be very annoying to deal with. Ow. I don't win because I didn't preserve the fire type. I need to give flamethrower to fucking. I need to give flamethrower to dumbass Nidoking. I should do that now. With flamethrower, I'd probably do beat this. Carnape shouldn't die to first impression. It's quad resisted. Didn't go for first impression. Okay, just take you out with the fucking... had speed boosted. That's unfortunate. I didn't fucking use protect. That's actually really bad. Stone Edge. So you're also gonna give me rock type moves as well. Okay. No, that's it. Just Stone Edge, and then the Mega Stones. Okay. Level cap increased to 59. Yep. That's what you have to do. You have to beat the Trick House. But that's Trick House beaten. We don't have to come here anymore, right? Like it's done. Okay, the steel gun should not have been as hard as it was. I just was being a complete dumbass. I was being a complete fucking dumbass and just barely fucking thinking and paying attention. I think we're pretty much done here for today, though, with pocket monsters. Cool and good. We love that for us, folks, don't we? Alright, let's prepare bullshit. Like talking about Abunda. The Abunda agenda. Dem/lefties like you are why the right is growing in all demographics, despite the fact that that's just not fucking happening. I don't know, dude. Like, your fucking average Trump supporter is just, they're completely fucking delusional, man. They're just fucking delusional. Trump is down with all people. It's so fucking funny. The delusions are so funny. Like, they can only deny reality for so long. The No Kings protest pulled out how many fucking people? Like, millions of people? And Trump said that there was gonna be, what, 250,000 people. He's lucky if he even made it to, like, what, 10,000 people who made it out to his stupid fucking parade. Like, it's incredible. Very cool, very good. We love people being complete fucking dumbasses, don't we, folks? New York is not a democracy. Could ranked choice voting help Zoran Mamdani beat Andrew Cuomo? Guys, I think the establishment is afraid that Zoran Mamdani might win. I think they might be afraid. Because this is a dude with like Obama fucking riz and has the fucking goddamn policy chops and ideology. Even this man fucking David Hogg taking pictures with Zoran Mamdani. That's crazy. I mean, then again, Zoran Mamdani is like I assume the perfect archetype of individual that David Hogg describes when he's talking about what no more do-nothing Democrats. At least that's the assumption that I'm operating under.
There will be no more do-nothings.
Just talk about the abundant stuff in the fucking Iraq. It's not the 80s or 70s.
About to say, that's not the correct fucking goddamn historical conflict. What the hell am I talking about?
Ugh. Is he actually gonna think about starting to bomb Iran from Diego Garcia? Oh, Jesus Christ. Boy, the internal contradictions of America First are about to start fucking hitting everything. It's gonna be really fucking funny, dude. Yeah, this shit with like Iran getting nuclear weapons is not gonna fucking work, because there was already a deal in place. Like, the American people are fucking goldfish in terms of memory, but they're not gonna they know already this isn't gonna fucking work, dude. This is just not gonna work. Everyone still has Iraq fresh in their fucking minds. They've not forgotten about Iraq. The whole thing that Trump's trying to do right now is by trying to, like, I don't know, really poorly manufacture consent for a war with Iran for the sake of Israel's interests, for Netanyahu's interests, because that's what it purely is. Like, it's not gonna work. Like, if the U.S. goes ahead and declares war on Iran, because what? There's been, like, maps showing, like, tankers headed to Israel, like, for mid-air refueling. From what I understand, Israel does have air dominance. Like, the Iranian air defense was, like, basically taken out instantaneously. And the Iranian Air Force has been made more or less irrelevant by the Israelis. So, Israel has full control of the air. They have established air dominance. But the problem is like they can do like as many air campaigns as they want against the Iranians, They're not gonna get at the nuclear facilities because they're deep under the mountains. Like, that's not gonna happen. Like, the air campaign isn't gonna do shit there. So, good luck with that. God, the fact that there's literally a fucking goddamn thing. An appeal from Netanyahu on ABC saying, like, we have to help America, help us assassinate Khamenei. Help us assassinate the Ayatollah, and then we'll win. Because I'm assuming he's probably just under a mountain somewhere. It's like, yeah, you're not getting to him. It's not fucking happening. It's fucking Israel. Oh, Israel has the right to defend itself. No, the fuck it doesn't. It attacked Iran for no reason, so it's really cool. Well, Israeli Channel 14 reports that Trump is expected to sign an order within hours to formally enter the Israel-Iran war. Dude! God, it's every neocon's wet fucking dream. There's no fucking way, bro. I mean, again, congressional approval, but everyone's gonna go along with us. If this is true. But then again, this is from an Israeli source. Although I don't know why they would lie about this. It's gonna be fucking so funny, dude. Oh boy, this is gonna fucking get worse. I know that fucking Carney also was talking about, like, oh yeah, Israel has the right to defend itself and stuff like that. Same with, like, liberals. And it's just like, bro, what the fuck are you people talking about? No, the fuck they don't. Israel attacked the Iranians, dude. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, man. Like, I'm telling you, dude, this is like... If the fucking US decides to go in to Iran, it, like, Iran's gonna look like a, like... Iraq's gonna look like a fucking cakewalk in comparison comparison to Iran. Like I said before, Zagros Mountains, Iran is like over half the country is mountainous. Population's way more in comparison to Iraq. It's not gonna fucking work. Like, in like a sort of like maybe not protracted engagement. Would the fucking U.S. Army be able to beat the Iranian army? Probably, yeah, in like a normal engagement. I think it's like the easiest call in the universe. The problem is like that's not gonna fucking work in Iran if you decide to go ahead with the invasion in Iran itself. That's not gonna fucking happen. Iran is gonna have time in the mountains on its side. Good luck fucking occupying the mountains. They couldn't even fucking do it in Afghanistan. Taliban always were hiding up there in the villages, in the mountains and everything. Like, it's not gonna work. Like, I'm telling you, like, this is like gonna make Afghanistan and like Iraq look like cake, look like nothing in comparison. And this is gonna be a complete fucking disaster. And what? Like, fucking Iran's gonna be ready for a protracted war. Like, they've probably been preparing for this for decades at this point, given like Israeli rhetoric. Whereas Israel's like fighting like 15 different people at once. Like, man, this is really gonna go very, very well. This is gonna be such a disaster. U.S. stocks cost higher as Israel's Iran's opens to ceasefire talks. This is not gonna fucking work, man. We are back. We are whack. We are... Rack? It rhymes. It's good enough. Whatever. Alright, thank you, music. Very cool.
We love music, folks, don't we? It's very good, very cool.
Doop-a-doo. Alright. Doot. Doot doot. Ba-doop. Ba-doop. Abunda. The Abunda agenda. We love the Abunda. To get the hell out of here. So this is the 9th when he wrote this shit? Alright, well, let's go into it. Alright, what we got here? Ezra Klein. The problems Democrats don't like to see. So from what I understand, I saw a Majority Report segment on this. This is like Ezra Klein trying to, defend his book, The Abundance. Well, it's called Abundance. And broadly speaking, it's now being branded as the Abundance in General agenda. Broadly speaking, if to keep it as simple as sake, quickly as possible, the abundance agenda is basically, hey, what happens if we just heck in snub progressives, say that they're cringe, and everything is the fault of regulations, and we just don't talk ever about any of the main root causes and basis for as to why the American political system is as broken as it is. And we all know why. What the main common denominator, what the common factor is. It's capital. It's people with money. It's with wealth and power. That's the main fucking problem. But Ezra Klein wants it to not be that because, again, Ezra Klein, I assume, is probably a millionaire who probably gets paid by fucking billionaires. Broadly speaking. There's a reason why all these dumb fuck libertarian billionaire Silicon Valley types like Mark Andreessen are saying yeah, actually I'm a big fan of the abundance in general. Whoa, I wonder why. Oh, it's because it doesn't fundamentally challenge your power. That's why. What do we got here? I've had a fascinating few months. Abundance, the book I wrote with Derek Thompson, is either going to save the Democratic Party or destroy it. It's going to destroy it, to be honest. You think I'm kidding? Here's the Wall Street Journal's headline. Can the abundance agenda save the Democrats? Here's The Nation. Why the abundance agenda could sink the Democratic Party. The Atlantic placed the book at the center of the coming Democratic Civil War. Okay. We already know from polling. There's been polling on this saying that if people were going to make the abundance argument in comparison to the populist argument, abundance always just got fucking blown out of the water. We can do this, right? We can pull up the meme, right? Abundance agenda polling. People are not fucking goddamn jiving with this shit. They're not going with it. Polls showed that 55.6% of voters say they would be more likely to vote for a candidate for Congress or president who made the populist argument, while 43.5% said they're more likely to they'd be more likely to vote for a candidate who made the abundance argument. See, it's already underwater in comparison to populism by about 12 fucking points. Quite literally, it's not going to work. Even amongst Democrats, I believe, right? Because this polling tested between Democrats. Democrats were more receptive to the the populist fucking arguments. Poll asked respondents whether they agree with the populist argument or the abundance argument and found that the plurality of 42.8% said they agreed more with the populist argument,
while 29.2% chose the abundance argument. Once again, Democrats and independents, particularly favored the populist argument, 59% to 16.8% amongst Democrats, and 44.3 to 28.4% amongst independents. And, whoa, while Republicans, and this is the fucking main crux here, while Republicans favored the abundance argument, 43.7% to 25%. This is the main fucking crux of the issue. This is meant to cater to suburbanite fucking Republicans. This mythological voter that the Democrats have been constantly pushing themselves further and further to the right with. This is the main problem with the fucking abundance agenda. You go with populism. You want to fucking win? And this will even play well amongst probably a lot of Republican constituencies. You make the fucking populist arguments. You have like a backbone and show some spine. You make the populist argument. That's what's going to be effective. Not this fucking abunda shit that's talking about fucking further fucking deregulations of, the markets and of housing developers and stuff like that. That's not going to be the main thing that solves the fucking issue of the Democratic Party. Abundance is going to fail. It's not going to work. But, whatever. Before Abundance came out, I worried that its argument would be too agreeable to generate much debate. I didn't foresee Ragnarok. Okay, again, like I said before, dude, how much fucking money do you have? How much net worth do you have? You work for the New York Times. I assume you're probably a millionaire. You're a very well-known fucking opinion columnist. You probably get paid quite a lot of fucking money. You also have a podcast. The problem is that in comparison to the average sort of political zeitgeist, Ezra Klein is incredibly out of touch. Like all of these other fucking neoliberals that are trying to, crazy, repackage and rebrand neoliberalism. But I was wrong about who would perceive it as a threat. The book is largely a critique of how Democrats have governed in the places where they've held power. But the obvious targets of that critique, blue state governors such as Gavin Newsom and Kathy Hochul and top Obama and Biden administrations, have largely embraced it. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey laid out a plan for housing abundance. More than one top Democrat I expected to react defensively to the argument told me that they felt that they could have written it. So again, we've talked about this, right? The problem isn't with an abundance of resources or over fucking regulation. The reason why Democrats are fucking agreeing with this, especially, people like Gavin Newsom, Kathy Hochul, and fucking top Obama and Biden administrations is because they are willing to move more and more to the right. They are okay with acquiring, again, the sort of dumbass fucking billionaire, millionaire, bourgeois cash that, abundance would argue for. That is the main fucking problem here. But you're surprised that a lot of the more populist elements, more left-leaning parts of the Democratic Party in its broader constituencies are just not fucking going forward with the abundance agenda? Because broadly speaking, I rag on the fucking American people constantly. Broadly speaking, everyone knows what the main problem is in Washington, D.C. It's not with, burdensome regulation. Nobody gives a fuck about any of that stuff. The problem that they're having is with politicians and Washington not being willing to listen to them. And abundance, guess what? Still helps maintain that fucking structure. That's why no one's down for the abunda agenda. This is for Democrats a liquid moment. The party is reimagining itself after its crushing loss in 2024, and a lot is riding on which critiques are woven into its renewal. Dude, if you just fucking adopt a socially democratic message and policy proposal, you're going to just destroy the Republicans. They're not going to stand a chance. We don't even have to go socialist or anything. We can just go slightly more to the left of center, and you're probably going to crush the Republicans. And so the backlash to the book has come from a faction of the party that saw itself rising within the wreckage and worries that abundance will derail its ascendance, the anti-corporate populists. Now, Ezra, you should ask yourself this question. Why are people who are anti-corporate not big fans of abundance?
Oh, it's because, again, the argument isn't addressing the root causes of the problem. And that is corporations, the rich, the wealthy. People are not going to be interested in hearing the stupid, like, abundance shit. We already have some polling on this, right? It's not popular, even amongst Democrats. It's just not going to work, dude. Abundance is an effort to focus more of American politics on a surprisingly neglected question. What do we need more of? And what is stopping us from getting it? Okay, it's not about like a sort of like have and have nots. Okay, let's be honest here. The problem is that there isn't anything that's stopping you. Or technically speaking, actually, yes, there is something that's stopping you. It's billionaire and corporate cash, which broadly speaking, everyone at this point has identified as the main fucking problem. Elon Musk and Doge have put that more and more to the forefront, to the front and center. And guess what? Nobody fucking likes that shit. Crazy. It is that focus that some of my friends on the populist left object to. Zephyr Cheatchout, a Fordham University law professor who's a central figure on the anti-monopolist left, told me that her problem with abundance was the policies with the central question. What should be focusing democratic politics and policies? Because this is politics. I'm gonna say that's politics and policies here. In general, on the problem of concentrated power and the way in which concentrated power is making it impossible to do things. So it's a pretty good question. Again, like not. That's also the same thing that I've been saying. The agenda is not. It's not focusing on power. Ezra Klein is saying that this is a book that's about power, making the argument of pro-power position for the Democrats, and I'm just like, dog. You're talking about fucking regulations and like progressive advocacy groups as the main problems to power? And not the billionaires? Not like Citizens United? Okay, dude. Nice meme. Demand Progress, the leftist advocacy group, went so far as to commission a poll to see which message appealed more to more voters. Voters were asked to choose between two framings of the big problem in American life. Was it bottlenecks that make it harder to produce housing, expand energy production, or build new roads or bridges, or rather that big corporations have way too much power over our economy and our government? Unsurprisingly, the latter one. I would also advise politicians not to center their messages on bottlenecks, but let's ignore that for now. Wait! But that's the argument that you make in the book. You talked about how regulatory red tape and interest groups, more progressive interest groups, are the main problems for as to why there is no expansions of energy production, housing, or and other forms of infrastructure. You make that fucking argument within the book itself, and when you talked with Sam Cedar, that those are the main problems. So that's not like you don't want it to focus on bottlenecks? Okay, sure. I found this polling interesting. It reflects a tendency to treat actual problems as secondary to campaign messaging. No matter how well a message polls, it's not going to solve a problem unless it is right about what is causing the problem in the first place. And Democrats aren't struggling primarily because they choose the wrong messages. They're struggling because they fail to solve problems. I wholeheartedly disagree with this. Joe Biden fucking solved some problems. They certainly needled the dime and worked around the edges. Sure, I don't disagree with that necessarily. The problem is that like they know how to solve the problems. The thing is that's more important to look at, yet again, is who are the main people that make it such that is way harder to actually solve problems. It's the rich, broadly speaking, right? And it's not about like the correct choosing of messaging or whatever. That doesn't fucking matter. Again, or like regulatory issues. That's also not the fucking problem here. The problem is broadly speaking, and it's been made self-evident and fucking clear, more so with Elon Musk and Doge. The rich and the corporations that currently have unsurmountable fucking control, or insurmountable control, within the annals of Congress. Broadly speaking, everyone understands that's the main problem, but even with like housing, so like what? That's what Ezra Klein is fucking talking about. The main problem with housing is the fact that and I've talked about this before, housing developers very, very often will sort of use campaign finances and donations to a lot of regulators within the municipalities in order to ensure that, hey, not too much housing is going to be put up unless the money to pay the rent is going to be there, or that they can raise the rent themselves. There was a majority report caller that called in about this, saying, like, in Austin, Texas, like, the abundance guys are wrong about this. There are plots that have always been open and are ready for housing development, and they've been allocated for housing development. So that's not the problem. It's not regulatory bottlenecks in that particular case. The problem is the developers. Because what do they want? They want to guarantee to their investors that they're going to make fucking money. The problem is privatization and the fact that the developers are the ones with control, power, in order to dictate who is going to build the housing because they want to make a profit first. That is the main fucking problem. So if the profit motive is not there, if they can't make money by constantly like raising the rents or being able to control the rent themselves, they're not going to go ahead with that housing development because they're not going to make money from it. That's the issue. I often focus on housing because it is by far the largest item in the average family's budget. Is it housing? Probably with like rent and stuff, yeah? And not cars? Cars is like 20%. It probably is housing, right? Housing's probably like 30% or something. Something like that. If you want to help the working class, the place to start is housing. Can you fix the housing market by breaking corporate power? Yes. Yes, absolutely. What do you mean? You go after real estate developers and you basically force them to not, have to deal with fucking goddamn the profit motive. Nationalize fucking housing. Build a lot of fucking public housing. That is a way to break up, corporate fucking power. Why do you think so very often that, private housing developers will very often lobby local fucking governments to, crazy, not go ahead with public housing? Because that cuts into their profits. And they know that people are going to prefer the public housing more so because they don't have to pay as much in rent for public rent stabilized housing. That's the fucking issue. Or as even with Zoran Mamdani is even saying freezing the fucking rent, recognizing that due to housing developers and real estate developers wanting to only build luxury condos and price the working class out of the housing market so that they aren't able to get housing, and more so focus on luxury condos as a form of speculative real estate assets to gamble with these houses on the fucking market. That is the more important point. And also to invite a lot more private financial capital to, essentially buy up all of these housing units. For, again, like I've been saying, speculative real estate assets. The book itself and the agenda never fucking talks about any of that stuff. And that is why, leftists are having a problem with the abundance agenda. A recent RAND report compared the cost of producing multifamily housing, both market rate and affordable housing in California and Texas. Per square foot, it costs 2.3 times as much to build market rate housing in California as it does in Texas. If what you care about is affordable housing, the gap is even worse. It costs more than 4 times as much to build a square foot of affordable housing in California as a square foot of market rate housing in Texas, largely because of the avalanche of everything bagel requirements that public money triggers. Again, the thing is, it's not addressing the main fucking problem. Again, a lot of fucking municipal governments are going to go to the private sector in order to fucking build a lot of fucking housing. And what they care about more is, not regulations. That's not the fucking main problem. What they care more about is making a profit. That's the issue. And you still want to focus on the fucking everything bagel. Crazy. It takes, on average, 22 months to bring a project to completion in California. I find it implausible to argue that the reason for this disparity is that Texas had solved this problem of corporate power and oligarchic influence, and California has not. Well, the thing is, Ezra, is that neither has fucking solved that fucking issue. Both fucking development and real estate fucking people have control of the local and state governments, such that they are the only type of housing that goes forward is luxury condos that are not going to be fucking affordable to price average working people out. And if people want to try to go ahead to build more affordable housing to not price out the working poor, whoa, guess who fights tooth and nail to prevent that? It's the real estate developers. Crazy. In March, Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, tweeted that Chicago invested $11 billion to build 10,000 more units of affordable housing. That nets out to $1.1 million per unit. If you dig into the process for selecting affordable housing projects, you'll find there's a rubric that rewards each project up to 100 points for fulfilling different goals. A project gets 10 points for advanced level green building certification. It gets 11 points for BIPOC development control or a women-led development team. It gets 7 points for fulfilling certain accessibility requirements. Cost containment is worth 3. I'm assuming that's probably like budgeting is what he means. Again, like, who the fuck cares about goddamn having to spend so much money on fucking housing? First off, like, again, I've talked about this before. What is the main reason for as to why there has to be such high fucking costs? How many? Well, first off, there are a lot of fucking zoning problems that exist, broadly speaking, within a lot of democratic cities. That is not necessarily an accurate thing to say. But the biggest problem is, again, real estate developers and their money, because all they care about is they want to just build more and more luxury houses. That's it, and luxury condos, because those are going to be most lucrative for them. That's the main fucking issue. So guess what? They're going to lobby and make it as difficult as possible to, go ahead with building affordable housing units. This isn't a problem about, the price. The problem is with corporate power that keeps interrupting. That's the issue. But what do you think lobbying is, Ezra? Johnson is the most proudly left-wing big city mayor in the country. He is happy to attack corporate power and oligarchic control. He's also at least the least popular big city mayor in the country and may well end up as the least popular mayor in Chicago's history. Policy failure breeds political failure. It's not just policy failure. How many fucking ads, I guarantee you, have been probably put out by, I don't know, people who exist within the sort of, corporate sector of housing have probably put in ads. And how many fucking attacks have there been by Republicans talking about, like, how Chicago's a shithole city that has crime and gangs everywhere? And how many people have fucking lied about it? What do people of Chicago fucking think? That's the real fucking question. How many of it is, like, people being pulled in, like, the suburbs and stuff? That's the real fucking question. Lots and lots of questions you can ask, for as to why he may be as unpopular as he is. Don't get me wrong, corporations and billionaires do have too much power over the economy and the government. The tax code is deformed around their preferences. The campaign finance system is designed for them to freely funnel money to their favorite political candidates and causes. There are markets in which corporate concentration or monopolization raises prices and chokes out competition. All kinds of all kinds of facially neutral processes, from the writing of regulations to the rules that govern procurement, are bent towards their enrichment. President Donald Trump's big beautiful bill cuts $1.1 trillion in taxes for Americans making more than $500,000 and cuts $1.1 trillion from Medicaid and food stamps. The Trump administration is proving itself a festival of corruption and self-dealing. But these are problems that Democrats already know how to see. What bedevils the party is the problems that they refuse to see. Again, I have to ask you this question, Ezra. Then why are so many finance capitalist fucking goddamn billionaires and stuff and all these tech bro fucking oligarchs, why are they fans seemingly of the abundance agenda? Why is that? Because they understand that it's not going to fundamentally challenge their power. So, you can make this whole fucking goddamn argument, but if you simply, again, because this is what he's doing, shift the blame on public progressive policy advocates and not the rich, then, crazy. It turns out the billionaires are going to fucking like that because they understand that their challenge isn't being, or the power isn't being challenged. Steve Tellis, a political scientist at Johns Hopkins University, is wise on this point. Populism only works if it's full spectrum populism, he said on the Realignment podcast. If it looks like you only deploy populism to attack the alternate governing coalition to yours, then people don't believe it. They don't believe you're really on their side. They just think of you as they think you're just a regular partisan. Many of my more leftist friends and antagonists have asked me if abundance has a theory of power. I often says it does, but they're not going to like it. And that's in part because its theory of power is liberal rather than populist. Yes, but that's the problem. People are not interested in liberalism. Neoliberalism is dead. Populism is what is in. That's the fucking problem. Cass Mud? Whatever. The Dutch political scientist defines populism as an ideology that considers society to be ultimately separated to two homogeneous and antagonistic groups, the pure people and the corrupt elite. Different forms of populism populate these groups differently. Right-wing populism defines the people in a geographic and nationalistic and racialist terms. The corrupt elite tend to be educated, foreign, and cosmopolitan. Left-wing populism tends to sever society economically. The 99% against the 1%, or the corporations against everyone else. I mean, to a certain extent, also, like, right-wingers also take this, but yeah, this is a pretty accurate telling as to the populism here. But are we going to do, like, the horseshoe fucking bullshit? What do we got here? What both forms of populism share is a tendency to treat virtue as a fixed property of groups and policy as a way of redistributing power from the disfavored to the favored. I feel like this is a little reductive. I think this is a little reductive. I don't think I 100% fucking agree with this, to be honest. Populism, broadly speaking, yes, sort of like focuses on the corrupt elite. Because broadly speaking, everyone understands that the corrupt elite is the main problem, and they know that their government can do something about this. There's historical precedent of the government being able to do something about the corrupt elite. You know, so to say, blah, 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 blah. The problem is that the corrupt elite are the ones who have full control of the annals of power. So guess what? People have lost trust and are more looking to be populist or have like a more anti-establishment bend, simply due to the fact that everyone recognizes who are the ones with the levers of power. The rich, the corporations. They, broadly speaking, they know. Of course, a lot of the right-wing populists will take this energy and racialize it. That's what they generally do, and be nationalistic about it. They're lying every single time, which is why it is accurate what he's saying here, but it's a lie. This is complete bullshit. Right-wing populists are totally okay with the corrupt elite being educated, foreign, and cosmopolitan. They don't give a shit about that. They just want to bend them to their will, more importantly. Whereas with left-wing populists, they are just against all people who are rich, all people who have control of the annals of power. That's what it is, which is why people argue that in reality, this book is not about a critique of power, that does not sort of take a look at, whoa, crazy, the main problem of the current American political system, who is currently being favored. So, yeah, from the disfavored to the favored. So this isn't, like, exactly fucking accurate here. It's a little reductive, right? Currently, the fucking system favors the rich and the 1%. This isn't about the rich being disfavored. It's about recognizing what is the current, systems of power and control that exist within the government. Again, right-wing populists only do this in order to get power, so they have control for themselves. And will drop the fucking populism right off instantaneously. Like, think about it. Trump, right-wing fucking populist. Most billionaires in his fucking cabinet has had, like, way more fucking billionaire money donated to him in comparison to, like, say, Kamala Harris. Pretended to be pro-peace, is currently thinking about bombing Iran with Israel and shit like that. Nothing about what Donald Trump is selling, or the right wing in general is selling, is populist. Nothing at all. Whereas with left-wingers, they're significantly more principled and actually do care about populism, first and foremost. When I said we needed a liberalism that builds, David Dane, the editor of the American Prospect, responded that we need a liberalism that builds power, and that the way to get it is for the government to start actively supporting the very groups that have been left out of past economic transitions, building the necessary coalition for long-term transformation. I don't necessarily agree with David Dane. Don't necessarily disagree with David Dane on that one, to be honest. Every policy in this telling has two goals. One is the goal of the policy or the project, perhaps trying to decarbonize the economy or build affordable housing or increase competition in the market for hearing aids. Why does it have to be fucking increasing competition in the market for hearing aids, right? Like, again, with free, this is another problem that I have, okay? Having to take a look at the private market, the invisible hand of the economy, of the market, rather, having to be the main thing to drive production and innovation and stuff like that. That's another problem that people are probably also having with the abundance agenda. Again, hearing aids are healthcare. You know what you could do? Public fucking healthcare. You nationalize fucking healthcare. Now you don't need the profit motive in order to make fucking hearing aids and probably have to make a killing off of your hearing aids. Again, the problem with a lot of fucking abundance agenda liberalism and shit like that is, whoa, they don't want to take a look on things that should not have the profit motive as the main baseline. Things with inelastic demand. You know, in this case with hearing aids, that's a part of healthcare. Healthcare is an inelastic demand. If you need a hearing aid in order to be able to hear, people are going to be willing to pay anything possible in order to be able to get that hearing aid. This can extend to surgical operations. This can extend to stuff as simple as like tooth infections and stuff like that. It can be anything in terms of like healthcare, right? So what's up, Sacrificial MILF? But the other is the redistribution of power among groups. Does this policy leave unions stronger or weaker? Environmental justice groups, corporations. Under the populist theory of power, bad policy can be, and often is, justified as good politics. In California, the California Environmental Quality Act is defended by unions that use it to greenmail all manner of project. CEQA is meant to protect the environment, but the threat of unending litigation can be used to win non-environmental concessions on virtually any building project in California. Yes, but that is a problem, again, as has been said before, with fucking housing developers wanting to cut costs in order to make higher profit on housing. That is why there's always going to be unending litigation for this. Because corporations, if I were to take a guess, don't agree with this. So they're going to fight tooth and nail in order to try to get this either repealed or work around it in order to make a profit. Again, what is the main problem here? Profit. It's not about the unions and their power. If anything, union power is at its is going to decrease more and more and more, and it's going to get fucking worse. Like, this is going to be a waste of 4 years in terms of building fucking union power with Donald Trump in the fucking White House. Because, again, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's a complete fucking farce. It's a red herring. It's about who has the power, who has the fucking money. The corporations and the rich. I support making it radically easier to form unions. I don't support making it harder to build anything and everything because unions and oil companies and NIMBYs and billionaire real estate developers find that CQA offers them leverage. Okay, the problem is then, it's not about the act itself. The act probably has perfectly fine fucking provisions. The problem is that the oil companies, the NIMBYs, and the billionaire real estate developers have power. That is the fucking issue. They have power in order to be able to bend acts like this, which are more than likely, if I were to take a guess, a band-aid solution to a broader fucking problem. It's essentially like trying to put a band-aid on a fucking gushing wound. There's still going to be fucking blood coming out of it, and companies, NIMBYs, and billionaire real estate developers are going to be still able to use this as a form of leverage. That is the fucking problem. You need to be able to go after the main fucking source of the problems. And that is these fucking guys, by taxing the crap out of them, making it such that they can't lobby for to stop particular developments and stuff like that. You know, there's like 17 trillion different things that can be suggested here. My view of power is more classically liberal. In his book, Liberalism, The Life of an Idea, Edmund Fawcett describes it neatly. Human power was implacable. It could never be relied on to behave well, whether political, economic, or social. Superior power of some people over others tended inevitably to arbitrariness and domination unless resisted and checked. To take this view means power will be ill-used by your friends as well as by your enemies, by your political opponents as well as by your neighbors. From this perspective, there is no safe reservoirs of power. There never has been. Right? Like, think about it. Has there ever been any safe reservoir of power? Right? Not really. Which is why you have to flatline it amongst everybody. That's the sort of more socialist argument, at the very least. You know, kind of like a version of it, right? Socialists, what they seek is the elimination of all forms of unjust hierarchy and the flatlining of power, which is why they also are against liberalism. Because of the idea that liberalism is fundamentally incapable and not interested in tackling that dynamic, the sort of font and sort of nature of power itself. That is the problem. Corporations sometimes serve the national interest and sometimes betray it. The same is true for governments, for unions, for churches, for nonprofits. Sure, again, if we want to do the whole philosophic fucking rigmarole for as to like the nature of power and profit and yada yada yada, we like, you know, we can do the whole like 9 yards and shit like that, right? I don't like 100% like disagree with that. Again, unless you flatline everything to a sort of base level, this will always be a fucking problem. Now the question is like how, like, who's going to help administer that, blah blah blah. Could you actually be shifting the annals of power itself somewhere else? I still think that, broadly speaking, our boy Karl Barks, crazy, is probably the main guy who has this particularly solved, right? Through, well, the elimination of the profit motive of the state and, whoa, all of the fucking enforcement mechanisms and apparatuses that make it necessary to, you know, maintain the current structure. Pretty simple, right? A lot is lost when you collapse the complex interests of politics into a simple morality play. There are, well, do fucking leftists do this? Not really, right? Like, they describe it as a simple morality play, but if you actually go into what leftists believe in terms of what complex interests of politics is, generally speaking, they understand, like, yeah, if we're talking about bourgeois democracy, the people who generally have control within those democracies are the bourgeoisie, right? You know, the people with the money, with the rich, with the control, the means of production, blah, 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 blah. You know, they talk about that. And then they can also talk about the solutions to be able to fix those problems through the, well, dictatorship of the proletariat, transitioning into the, you know, lower stages of communism, you know, socialism, then the lower stages of communism, then of course going to communism, where all of a sudden these thoughts and beliefs of having power no longer fucking exist because the hierarchical structures that exist currently within society are no longer there. There are often differences, often different corporations on different sides of the same issue. Again, like, that's the like, we're talking specifically about corporations. Like, it doesn't matter if they're on particular sides of fucking issues, okay? The problem is that all they care about is making profit. They take certain stances because it's all about profit for them. Money is their god. Without that, well, all becomes meaningless, right? There are often different unions on different sides of the same issue. To know where you stand and who stands with you, you need to know what you are trying to achieve. This is not, I should say, some untested approach to politics. It's how Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, the two most successful national Democrats of the past 50 years, approached both their campaigns and their presidencies. Barack Obama bailing out the fucking banks and the companies during the 2008 recession, quite literally leading to the ascendancy and rise of Donald Trump by taking advantage of the politically dispossessed people because of the fact that Obama didn't take 2 fucking off-ramps that he had in order to fix 2008. He didn't do that, by giving like homeowners a chance in bankruptcy courts, and also forcing taxpayers to have to pay for fucking TARP. We just saw a video about this, quite literally, by Benaminute. Great name. I still like the name. The name is really good. I have to compliment the name. I can't help myself. From Benaminute, talking about like how there was multiple off ramps that Obama could have taken, and he just didn't take them. He just didn't do it. He didn't take them. And that's why people became dispossessed. And then Bill Clinton, with the repeal of fucking Glass-Steagall, basically making it such that 2008 was going to happen. That and George Bush's tax cuts, making it such more efficacious for a lot of these banks to gamble with money on fucking subprime fucking mortgages, because that's what they did, because it was very lucrative for them. And then, it all ended up collapsing in on itself. Whoa, crazy. Who would have thought? Because of these particular things, and Obama, lost about 1,000 seats across state legislators and in the House and Congress during his fucking tenure for Democrats, and sort of helped catalyze the sort of like do-nothing, pathetic petulance of the fucking Democrats, and Bill Clinton being the main dude pushing the fucking goddamn not Republicans, but Democrats further and further to the right, essentially catalyzing a movement of, the solidification of fucking neoliberalism. Because here's the thing, Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, when they first initially campaigned, were populist on the left. Were willing to talk about, issues with corporate power. And then they got into the presidency and did nothing to challenge corporate power. Hope and change? More of the same. This dude fucking talked about corporations and the banks. Basically gave them some of the greatest gifts in terms of the repealing of Glass-Steagall. So, again, are these two the most successful national Democrats of the past 50 years? No. I would actually disagree with that. They helped catalyze the fucking neo-fascistic movement that currently exists. Crazy. In New York Magazine, Sam Adler-Bell writes that the abundance agenda has the virtue of not demanding any significant showdown with capital or corporate power. This is wrong. Oh. Wait. Really? Is that so? So then why aren't you talking about Citizens United? Putting back in Glass-Steagall. Putting back in a sort of more stronger union protections. The PRO Act. But we want to talk about... But specifically speaking, you talk about fucking progressive policy advocates, Ezra. Those guys aren't the main people with the problem. Alright, dude. Also, you don't want to also focus on fucking billionaires and the rich. You're willing to bring them out in like a sort of mealy mouth, like, yeah, I agree with that. But you don't talk about policies or positions that, quite literally would challenge those positions. We're going to find the fucking Majority Report clip where he was on a podcast with multiple fucking billionaires with, I think, Chamath Palihapitiya and I think David Sachs, and he was directly asked a question saying, like, what is the problem? Ezra Klein sort of gives an answer that the billionaires don't really like. They have a fucking meltdown about it, and he doesn't continue to press them on it. It makes you think. Like David Sachs was saying, like, whoa, like, Ezra, you're saying that this sounds like corruption. You're saying that it's like corruption. And you were just saying, like, no, it's not like corruption from you guys in particular. You just went along with their fucking bullshit. And you wonder why lefties have a problem with the abundance agenda? I wonder. Oh, God damn it. I hate that we do this. Here we go. You cannot decarbonize the economy without running headlong into fossil fuel interests. Okay, so then you bend them to your will. Bend them to your will. Use state power to force them to comply. That's what you do, okay? Fucking threaten to nationalize them. Be like, we will fucking use the full power of the federal government in order to nationalize you if you don't go along with our fucking interests. That is how you wield power. You cannot fund the kinds of public projects I support without raising taxes on the wealthy. That's true. So then you tax the fuck out of them. Tax them.
Give them no fucking other choice. Use the power of the fucking government to do it. But abundance does have the virtue of not believing that politics is solely a showdown with capital or corporate power. Yeah, that's the main fucking problem with it. Much of what our society needs is made by corporations. It is what corporations do, not just what they are, that matters. Okay. Is that even true? Let's be honest here. A lot of fucking corporations don't really do much of shit or much of fucking anything. Let's keep it $1.50, alright? Nah, the problem is that these motherfuckers have a bunch of money and a bunch of power. Again, that's the fucking main issue. It's silly, dude. I thrilled to see come to market new drugs that save lives that would otherwise be lost. That's not corporations that are doing that. The reason why corporations make new drugs that go to market is because they know that they're going to make a profit off of it, Ezra. They know they're going to make a profit off it. How many fucking more drugs that could save even more lives are stuck in fucking R&D shelves somewhere in the fucking data vaults of these pharma corporations that are never going to fucking see the light of day because they don't make a profit for insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies. I despair to see the minds of entire generations fracked for the last drops of their attentional capacity. There will be no green transition without corporate ingenuity. Really? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Again, this is the main fucking problem that people have with the Abunda agenda. For an immediate prerequisite for it to work, it has to always have the profit motive in mind. That's the issue. There will also be no green transition without fighting fossil fuel interests. I mean, we knew about the problem since the 70s, and the fossil fuel company was just like, actually, we're just not going to report anything, which is what we're supposed to do, but yeah, whatever. So then you bring down the power of the state on them. That's what you do, Ezra. Undue corporate concentration is a problem where it exists, but there is plenty of for-profit villainy in high competitive sectors. What liberalism seeks to do is align corporate capacity with public goals by shaping the markets in which they operate. The problem is that like neoliberals don't do that. And you're a neoliberal. Again, conflation of liberalism and neoliberalism. Again, Adam Smith would agree with this, for example. He would. The problem is that you're not actually interested in doing that either. It's about a rebranding of neoliberalism, which isn't fucking interested in actually bringing corporations to do the public interest of the public good. Not really. You cannot do that effectively if you treat corporations or people within them as a categorical enemy. No one really treats people within corporations as a categorical enemy. They talk about the CEOs and the rich of the corporations, generally speaking. But there is much that corporations cannot or should not do. For that, we need a strong state. The Democratic Party is supposed to be the party of that strong state. Too often it isn't. Ben Wickler, the former chair of the Wisconsin Democratic Party, told me last year that fundamentally Democrats are the people who are in politics to make government work for the people, which is a very old New Deal concept of what the Democratic Party is about. He went on to tell me a story about some huge piles of coal in downtown Green Bay, Wisconsin, that had been an eyesore for decades, but that the state's Democrats had pulled the money to remove. Democrats are the party that gets rid of giant piles of coal, he said. I love that line, but it proved premature. The coal is still sitting there. End of optional trim. Oh, okay, there's more of a bit here. Okay. I've been amused to see abundance described as a form of rebranded neoliberalism. Here we go. Neoliberalism is a slippery term, but the shackling of the state was a thoroughly neoliberal project. This is an argument that historians such as Paul Sabine and Gary Gersel have been making, and it is central to the story that we tell in the book. The New Left was deeply skeptical of the state, often for good reasons, and it put considerable effort to into trying it down in process in lawsuits. This is why the state is often most encumbered in the blue states, where the New Left held the most power. This is also part of why so many on the left today refuse to confront the way this state failed. That hobbling is partly their inheritance. I don't think that, like,
I don't think that's necessarily the case. Broadly speaking, the left understands the main fucking problem, and it's not the left, the new left, that's the hobbling of the fucking state. That was neoliberals who fucking hobbled the state under Ronald fucking Reagan through doing a lot of deregulations of corporations, making it such that they are able to significantly lobby the fucking government and push for their interests within the annals of Congress. That's what's causing this hobbling. It's not the new left. Bill Clinton sort of helped accelerate the problems that were created by Reagan by manufacturing the fucking consent saying that, you know what, yeah, we don't need fucking big government to do stuff, right? Quite literally with like the cutting of like Social Security that he fucking did, right? You don't need big government to fucking help you. That was literally Bill Clinton who did that, and that's all fucking Reaganite bullshit. That's the issue. Both parties have been captured. That is the main problem. Those processes, even if they have grown beyond the intentions of their architects, are their achievements. So yes, I want to see more redistribution, but I want to see that redistribution deliver what it promises. If Democrats are taxing people to build high-speed rail, that high-speed rail should exist. If they are taxing people to build electric vehicle chargers, those chargers should get built. If they are promising lower drug prices in Medicare, those lower prices should show up quickly. The problem is again, the people who get in the way of stuff like this are corporations and the rich. High-speed rail is a perfect example. Who got in the fucking way of high-speed rail projects in California? It was Elon Musk, who is a billionaire because he said like, oh, I'll do it better with like Boring Company. Because he wanted people to buy more fucking Teslas and not rely on trains for transportation. Again, that's the main issue. For example, with electric vehicle chargers, Elon Musk also would get in the way of that because he wants that to only be Tesla proprietary hardware, because he wants his vehicles to be the only electric vehicles that are on the road, and for lowering drug prices in Medicare. Again, who gets in the way with that? Pharmaceutical companies and insurance companies that lobby the government to not be able to lower drug prices. That's the fucking issue. That's why all of these things, it's not because the fucking left get in the way of this regulation. The left would be totally fine with this. They don't have a problem with this. The main fucking issue is the fact that corporate power doesn't allow for any of that. Crazy. One way you build support for higher taxes is to point out the monstrous levels of wealth inequality. Another is that you deliver things that people want, and you deliver them quickly. Democrats are good at one of those strategies and bad at the other. But that is not an accident. To overhaul the government so it can deliver what it promises would require Democrats to confront not just their enemies, but also their own friends. Yeah, and they're never gonna fucking do that because they're stupid fucking cowards who are complicit with corporate power. That's what it is. I'm all for fighting concentrated corporate power. Break up Ticketmaster's monopoly. Sure, man. Not fucking pharmaceutical companies? The oil companies? The banks? There's more monopolies, I think, that are more important to go after primarily besides fucking Ticketmaster. Sure, yeah. Break up Ticketmaster. I agree with that. There's more bigger fish to fry first. But I worry about a politics that often sees only problems of corporate and oligarchic control. Well, that's the fucking problem. That is the only fucking issue that you have to think about. And that's really the fucking main issue here. Again, it's not a problem of like fucking goddamn like party structure as has been outlined here, or particular interest groups that have a say within the political process. It is oligarchic and corporate capture. There have been studies that have been done by fucking Yale, dude, who said like Congress only serves oligarchy and the rich. That is the problem. That is a politics with so totalizing a theory of power that has lost a clear view of policy. Too many problems defy that framework. A left that wants to build public housing and decarbonize the economy will need a government capable of building fast, well, and cheaply, confronting pro-corporate power will not be enough to rebuild a capable state. Okay. Ezra, there's this thing that's called, like, being able to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. You have to go after corporate power first because they're going to be the things that are getting in the way of the reconstruction of the capable state. You have to go after one before being able to make the next. That's not walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. I guess you could technically do it first, but there might be a significant overextension. The rebuilding of a capable state can also go after corporate power at the same time. That's the main issue here. A world in which local regulations drive the cost of an affordable housing unit in Washington, D.C. project to 1.2 million. To be fair, that includes the cost of a rooftop aquaponics farm. Is a world in which the left simply cannot house the people it has promised to house. That is a world in which the left will fail, both substantively and politically. I wonder if Ezra Klein is okay with, like, Soviet brutalist structures then, right? Would he be okay with that? Just curious. So I don't see a contradiction between abundance and the goals of the left. Okay. Well, he's not learning. He's not gonna learn. He doesn't understand what the actual problem is. It's not challenging power. It's just not. Again, why don't we pull up? We'll pull up the fucking majority report clip. Fuck it. Let's go get it right now. Let's do the meme. Libertarian billionaires seek to reshape the Democrats. We'll do the meme.
And he...
Hello, Shim Sita. It's the Baileys!
We're your ally now. But before I came on the show, I had gone on X and I saw a clip of you going around where you're saying that one of the problems with the Biden administration was that you couldn't get anybody on the phone. And in the Trump administration, you make the call, the deputy chief of staff picks up, you say, hey, I need you to talk to this company. I work with them. They're
Pause
freaking
it
out about the
again.
tariff.
You just saw
So
it.
he's pointing it out. This is good.
The key is not just you couldn't get anybody on the phone. It was like, I gave all this money to Biden.
So it is good that he's pointing it out, right? But again, as Sam Cedar is fucking saying right here, right now, the problem is that billionaires give a lot of fucking money. Now, he's tried to dispel that sort of in his article that he's writing here, but he didn't really, like, dispel the fucking problem that abundance is going to tackle that issue. He didn't talk about what can be done in terms of campaign finance reform. Nothing really tangible at all. He just acknowledges that it's a problem that exists.
And I was a mega donor, and I did not get a call back. That's the key part here. But Ezra focuses on a different part. Go.
Couldn't get anybody on the phone. And in the Trump administration, you make the call, the deputy chief of staff picks up, you say, hey, I need you to talk to this company. I work with them. They're freaking out about the tariffs. The deputy chief of staff calls the company. They work something out.
No, not that they work something out. They listen.
They listen. This world in which we are doing the deal making by individual relationships, by who can get their calls answered, not by rules that feel clear
Ezra,
and stable.
that's how the
Hold on a sec.
No, but
So this is Ezra, pointing out the actual potential problem, the corruption that can be existing, and obviously Chamath, who's a billionaire, and all the billionaire butt buddies, they're gonna have a problem with this. It's like, it's challenge. This is a potential challenge to our power, because that's the main issue here that you're not addressing with the abundance agenda, Ezra. It fundamentally doesn't challenge corporate oligarchic control and the power. That's the problem.
that's how the
hold on a
Biden
sec.
administration
I
worked,
listened to that
Ezra.
clip. That's not what Shmas said.
And that's not what I said.
Well, Chamath,
no, Ezra, you're trying to make it sound like corruption.
Hold on.
Ezra and Biden, it was George Clooney that was making the call. Who cares what George Clooney thinks?
Didn't you just say on? I was very, very critical of Biden.
No,
running again.
I saw that clip, Ezra, and what Chamath said. Hold on, what Chamath said is.
See how these like little dumb fuck billionaires are getting super hella fucking triggered about this? Like, wait a minute, you're pointing out the fact that we're corrupt? What the fuck? Well, you can't be doing that. What the?
simply that the White House listens when he calls, whereas he couldn't get his calls returned by the Obama administration.
Great. I think we're actually not saying something all that different here. But
you made it sound like corruption.
But I actually do think what Trump is working through is deal by deal patronage based on how he's...
David Sachs. That's because when Chamath was talking with that dumb fuck like comedian podcast, that's exactly what he made it sound like. That's the problem.
It is simply that the White House listens when he calls, whereas he could...
It shouldn't listen. That is the problem. The fact that the White House is listening is the problem.
And get his calls returned
but Ezra
by
doesn't
the
challenge
Obama
this.
administration.
Great. I think we're actually not saying something all that different here.
You made it sound like corruption.
I actually do think what Trump is working through is...
See, he's not going to fucking challenge that framing. Because that's what it should actually be about.
Deal by deal patronage based on how he sees the company. I'm sorry, the other country.
That's not what happened. Ezra, can I just make sure that this is clear to you? This is a 150-year-old American business. I have no interest in that company except a friendship.
A friendship.
These are Americans hiring Americans.
So there it is. And he goes on in this to talk about his expertise and knocking the Biden. But his first claim in that video was, I was a mega donor. I gave even more money to the Bidens. And Ezra does not go on to tackle the obvious problem, which is, hey, wait a second. Even if you didn't get special treatment, it was for a friend and it wasn't to... Why do you get to promote your friend's 150-year-old business?
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. That's the problem, Ezra. That's the thing that you're not pointing out. Chamath can just call a fucking dude and get an answer and promote his fucking interests. That's the fucking issue that people are having with the abundance agenda. Because the abundance agenda doesn't tackle that issue. Whoa. Crazy. I got pretty much what I needed out of that. I don't think achieving the goals of the modern left is even possible without the overhaul of the state that abundance envisions. I don't think abundance is really envisioning much of an overhaul of a state. That's the thing. If it's not tackling the main fucking animal of power, the main people with the levers of power, that being the rich and the corporations, is it really going to be an overhaul of the state? I don't think so. But I've come to appreciate the tendencies between abundance and the purer forms of populism. We really do have a lot of different theories of power. Very cool and very good. I mean, again, I've outlined the main problems with the abundance agenda yet again. It, simply put, just does not tackle the root causes and basis of the issues. The fact that a fucking billionaire can just call up one-a-day friends, be like, hey, yo, what's up, squad fam? Can you fucking do me this favor? Call up, like, some dumbass within the administration and do that exactly. Abundance does not tackle those fucking issues at all whatsoever, and would prefer to focus on progressive policy groups and over-fucking regulation, which is, guess what? Shit that the Republicans used to fucking say, and still say to this fucking day. That is the main problem with the abundance agenda. But it looks like to me that I don't think Ezra's really going to be taking that particular lesson to heart. I have a feeling that's not going to happen, unfortunately. Nice meme. We love Abunda agenda. The Abunda agenda. Ugh. That was a crack. I'm gonna open the window real quick. Abunda, abunda. Abunda, abunda. The Abunda agenda. We love the Abunda agenda. Alright, I'm just being fucking stupid right now. I have a fucking goddamn thing I need to get rid of. I need shock. There we go. Nice. Fuck you, loose thread. Get owned, idiot. Get fucking owned. Alright. All I hear is ooh-woo. Don't you ooh-woo. Don't you do any of that shit. Nuh-uh. Not today, Shaitan. Not today, Shaitan. Too late. Banned. Banned for 3 seconds. Nope, I can't see it. You know what? Purchase it. I don't see it. What, ooh-woo? I don't see it. What's ooh-woo? I don't know what that is. This is a dictatorship. You will suffer. I'm the one with all the power. All right. They would probably be burnt at the stake. I don't know, by all like the I don't know. What's like the fucking dumbass like femboy cat meme, you know? That's like heavily implied to be like gay or some shit. All of them are like boy kissers. All the dumbass like boy kisser cats would probably come out of nowhere, out of the woodworks, and like beat that person with sticks. If it was what, woof. If it was that shit, you're getting killed. It's like, yeah, nope. Your life is now forfeit. You're gonna die. It's like, well, shit. It's like, well, fuck my big chungus life. That's a fucking dude with a gun. That's crazy. Ay, ay, ay. Phlegm. Alright. Real quick. We got a seeker of truth and a non-biased journalist on Rumble asking white women, would you ever race mix? Time to see what this non-biased journalist has to say about race mixing.
Illegal? Do you think race mixing should be illegal?
What do you mean?
Like mixing races, like a black person, white person having children, like an Asian and a Mexican.
Dude, I love how like the dumb fuck like 3 IQ short interviewer like archetype of content has now just devolved into. So like should we just hate like not race mix? No fucking blacks, Asians, or I don't know, other peoples. So just white people only fuck white people or something. It's so goofy.
Yeah. Should it be illegal or legal? Should it be legal or illegal?
Illegal.
Oh no. No.
Why not?
I love my chocolate. Yeah. Everyone loves who they love. I mean.
So you're a mud shark.
Oh.
Dude, bro, this man is only listen. What happens when the 4chaner goes out into the fucking world? They can only think about black cock. Like, fuck, these white women are trying to race mix.
What?
You're a mud shark?
A mud shark is crazy. No.
You said you like chocolate men.
Okay.
So you're a mud shark.
No. I like everybody.
Wait, I'm curious. What is a mud shark? Curious. A non-black person, usually a white woman, who has sexual relationships with black people. Yeah, it is a racist term, obviously. Like it's an ethnic slur. The point is like, are these women fucking mud sharks because they're only going after black men? They're not implying that. This guy is making that implication, which means he's being racist. Oh yeah, I mean, you want to fuck black men? That means you're a mud shark. It's like, well, no. They're okay with, like, fucking whoever. That's not the issue. You're the one who's bringing the fucking weird, like, I don't know, 4chan-esque racist fetishism into all of this. It really is, like, again, all these motherfuckers, all they think about is black cock constantly. They love black cock.
But I like my chocolate man.
Wait, why should race mixing be legal if the child is more likely to turn out?
Yeah, dude. Mixed race children tend to be more fucking stupid. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, listen. I guarantee you, this is 4chan shit. This motherfucker is a 4chaner. Thinks about fucking black cock and the statistics about how I don't know, like mentally ill fucking mixed race children are. This guy's a fucking 4chaner. Bro's breached containment. Everyone, get the fucking 4chaner out. Stop the fucking 4chaner.
Yes.
From what source?
Me looking around.
You looking around?
Yeah.
Very credible, I do have to say.
See how fucking easily they just immediately debunk it? They're just like, bro, evidence? My source is that I made it the fuck up. And that's it. So, again, dumb fuck 4chaner just constantly only thinks about black cock. This is the consequences of your fucking brain on pull. And I don't know, two fucking Stacy. No, these fucking Stacys are not going with my fucking race mixing analogy. Yeah, I only think about black cock. Yeah. You know, we love our fucking 3 IQ fucking 4chaners when they break containment and try to interact with the fucking normal world. God, fuck these stupid motherfuckers, dude. What? Oh man. I like black men. Oh, so you only like fucking black men. That's not what I said. It's literally like the I like waffles fucking argument. You know, when someone is saying like, "Oh, I like pancakes." What the? Are you saying you don't like waffles? It's like, that's not what I said. I never said that. It's literally that fucking argument personified, but now with race mixing. It's stupid. It's why I tell assholes to stop thinking about the dick fucking me. I'm not giving them the phone number to get that dick. That's crazy. Yeah, honestly, like, listen, think about it. Maybe your fucking husband, right? Sacrificial MILF. Maybe, like, if you gave your phone number to a fucking 4chaner, if they're, like, black or some shit, maybe they want to suck the cock of your black husband in this metaphorical, metaphorical analogy, you know? They want to suck black... It's just all about black cock to these people. They just want to suck cock. That's it, because they're so sexually repressed. Not married, but go... Okay, whatever. Shut up. Fuck you. It's funny, dude. Listen, this is why I'm Volcel. I don't want to fucking think about this shit, alright? Me, a part of the Volcel brigade for the past, 16 years. 15, 16 years at this point, okay? Listen, I'll admit it. I'm a proud turbo virgin. Fuck these stupid, dumbass fucking interviewers. Although, honestly, the women didn't really do anything wrong. I'll be honest here. They didn't do anything wrong. Like, I don't want to fucking think about this shit, okay? 4chaners are giving me a bad rep by being weirdo freakazoids and creeps, okay? Kind of fucked up 4chaners, you fucks. Can't believe that 4chan would do this to me. Shaking my fucking head, dude. Flemmy. Beans. Beans. What? Oh, that's so gay, dude. That's true. Listen, dude. Like, Meatspin.com would be playing on their fucking goddamn sort of web pages, and then they would try to be like, I'm gonna eat the dick. That's like 4chaners in a nutshell. They just want to eat the cock on Meatspin.com because they're so impressed with how that meat is spinning. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Very, very cool and very, very good. That's true. Yeah, maybe they should follow their idol. Oh, man. Anywho, let's get started with this. An addendum to the Minnesota Democrat who got shot by, I don't know, that dumbass Vance Bolter. After a 2-day manhunt in which hundreds of law enforcement officials left their families to run into danger and deliver justice for Melissa and Mark Hortman, Vance Bolter has been apprehended. Bolter's unthinkable actions ended the life of someone who shaped the core of who we are as a state. Someone who was beloved by colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Someone who sacrificed everything for public service. As a country cannot become numb to this violence. We are a deeply divided nation that has become even more clear over the last 2 days. The way we move forward and solve for the problems facing our nation is not through hate, it's not through violence, it's through humility and grace and civility. Dude, the amount of disinformation that every dumb fucking Republican has been putting out about this, saying like, yeah, well, he used to be friends with Tim Walz, therefore he wasn't a Republican, he was actually a Democrat, killing other Democrats. Is like so fucking goofy and silly, dude. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? He registered as a Republican in 2022 because he got fucking radicalized or some shit. I'm still waiting for the fucking goddamn motivated reasoning. Like, why? What led him down the sort of path of radicalization is what I'm way more fucking curious about in comparison to all this fucking bullshit. To Melissa and Mark's family, I cannot fathom your pain, your grief. Let us take solace in their memory. Melissa's legacy of selfless, pragmatic, gentle public service. The state of Minnesota grieves with you. To John and Yvette, we're happy to see you at the Capitol, and the bravery you and your daughter Hope showed saved countless lives and will not be forgotten. To our law enforcement officers, thank you for your courage, your service, and your professionalism. You have saved lives. As we heal, we will not let fear win. We must now move forward in Melissa's honor with understanding, service, and above all, a sense of one other's humanity. You know, Governor Tim Walz trying to be a human. Good job, Tim Walz. Very cool. I just want to go over the sort of like quick summary because there's going to be like this is still going to be like an updating sort of story. I still want the motivated reasoning. That's the only thing I'm curious about to sort of like, I don't know, wrap this all up neatly in a bow to sort of understand like what happened. Well, they finally caught the guy. I guess we're probably going to figure that out eventually. But what? Suspect captured. Vance Bolter, the suspect in the shootings of two Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses, was arrested Sunday after the largest manhunt in the state's history. At SWAT team's commands, Bolter crawled toward officers and surrendered, said the head of the state Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. Right, so he had like a plan, broadly speaking, to try to like run away, but he was only going to run away for so long. First-degree murder charges. Bolter, 57, will face first-degree murder charges. The Hennepin County prosecutor said Minnesota does not have the death penalty, so the maximum sentence will be life in prison without parole if convicted. Federal charges could yield the death penalty. Bolter faces 6 federal charges, including murdering the Hortmans with a firearm. Those are eligible for the death penalty, but it's too early to tell if the federal prosecutor's office will pursue it, he said. I hate that whole situation. Cops had something to do with this? I don't think so. I disagree with that. I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that the cops really have anything to do with this. This is why it's really important to sort of acquire the sort of motivated reasons as to why, crazy, the reason why Bolter did this. We know that he's like, what? He's like a crazy evangelical. He did like fucking dumb fuck sermons. And he was a radical anti-abortion activist. We know that for certain. So I'm more curious as to what brought him to those positions. That's what I'm ultimately curious about. State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband were killed Saturday at their home after State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were wounded at their home. After the first attack, police proactively checked on Hortman's home, where they found a shooter posing as an officer before he fled. Right, he had like a fucking realistic latex mask and everything. It was so fucking weird. If they hadn't engaged him then, the attack may have continued throughout the day, an official said. He also visited homes of 2 other lawmakers with the intent to kill them, officials said. Yeah, he wanted to kill more people, and he had like a manifesto with a bunch of names. Right here. National level hit list. While a motive isn't yet known, the suspect had an apparent hit list with dozens of names, officials said. The list includes prominent Democrats and figures with ties to Planned Parenthood or the abortion rights movement. The shootings unfolded on a tense day in national politics as tens of thousands participated in the No Kings protests against the Trump administration, and the president hosted a military parade. They're actual cops, and that saw him before he shot the first couple. So you're saying that what? Cops. What? It's like cops saw him before he shot the first couple, and they didn't do anything about it? Is that what you're saying, Sacrificial Mouth? So that would have been what? The Hoffmans, I believe, were the first people who got shot. Let me see. Bolter faced 6 federal charges. State Representative Miss Hartman and her husband were killed Saturday at their home after State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were wounded at their home. After the first attack, police proactively checked on Hortman's home, where they found a shooter posing as an officer before they fled. If they hadn't engaged him then, the attack may have continued throughout the day, an official said. He also visited the homes of 2 other lawmakers with intent to kill them. So this is like probably the closest thing that you're saying right now. So you're saying that the police may have corroborated with this? And like not giving a proper warning or something? Waits patiently. From what I'm seeing here is that the police did apparently engage him, but he managed to get away. I think. If I recall correctly. He got engaged by the police, but he got away. And like no one was like wounded from what I understand. But he did engage, I think. Still waiting. Waits. Clueless. Oh, good. It's on white people Twitter. So cops arrived at the scene before he entered the house. Before he had shot either of the two people, he went on to murder. And after he started shooting, he ran inside the home and killed them while police were still outside. And he still somehow managed to escape. Right? If you look up the DA's conversation video. Okay, we'll probably can... Well, it's Aaron Rupar, right? That doesn't necessarily mean it's the police collaborating. That's not necessarily collaborationist behavior. Maybe there needs to be like some form of confirmation or something. There's a piece that's missing here. Not that I'm trying to give credit to, you know, to the fucking police here or whatever. That's not what I'm trying to do here. Let me see this shit. It's from Aaron Rupar. Acting Attorney, U.S. Attorney General. So we'll just go like Acting U.S. Attorney. One cop encountered him, thought he was a police officer. This may be providing a contradictory narrative here. Acting U.S. Attorney Thompson details that Bolter went into the homes of the two other elected officials after shooting Hoffman before going to Hortman's house. One cop encountered him at the third house, but he thought he was a police officer. So far from what I'm seeing here, I'm going to attribute this to incompetence instead of malice. But let's see. We'll also grab this video first here. I believe this is the correct one. Yeah, I think so. Like, I think it's more than likely incompetence. So here, first video. Let's see. So acting U.S. Attorney, of course, fucking Twitter is dog shit, so it doesn't work. So acting U.S. Attorney Thompson details that officers were actually exchanged fire with Bolter before he barged into Hortman's home and killed her and her husband, right? So that was the thing I was mentioning earlier, right? Exchanged fire, So that's the thing that's being said here. Okay, let's examine the claims.
Belter then traveled to Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, in the home of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman. At approximately 3:30 a.m., Belter arrived at Representative Hortman's house in his black SUV with the police license plates. He parked in the driveway and left the emergency...
Right, we know that he basically disguised everything as a police officer, right, to have some form of confirmation. Again, because this is seemingly a hit that's been planned out for months.
Lights on his SUV flashing, as if he was a police officer. Belter approached Representative Hortman's home, again dressed as a police officer, wearing the tactical vest and body armor, and wearing that hyper-realistic mask. He was armed and carrying a flashlight. Before he entered the home, two Brooklyn Park police officers arrived at the scene. They too had been dispatched to check on Representative Hortman after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Belter's black SUV parked in the driveway with the emergency lights flashing, and they saw Belter standing in front of the house several feet from the door. When Belter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing. He rushed into the house through the front door, firing into it. He repeatedly fired into the house, and when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman and her husband, Mark.
So yeah, that was when he had a shootout. He barges in to try to escape, you know, pops both of them, and then gets the fuck out.
Brooklyn Park police officers fired at Belter as he rushed into the home, but he escaped into the home and out the back.
Okay. So far, I'm seeing a lot of police incompetence, but not cooperation. Let's see this.
After shooting Senator Hoffman and his wife, Belter traveled to the home of another Minnesota State Representative in Maple Grove, Minnesota. Video surveillance showed that Belter rang the doorbell at the State Representative's house at approximately 2:24 a.m. on Friday night. Again, he was dressed as a law enforcement officer, wearing a tactical vest and body armor, carrying a handgun and a flashlight, and wearing that same hyper-realistic silicone mask. Again, the images, as you can see on the screen, are haunting. Unfortunately, the State Representative was not home. She and her family were gone on vacation, and so Belter left. Belter then traveled to the home of a Minnesota State Senator who lived in New Hope, Minnesota. He parked in the street in that same black SUV with the police license plate. At about 2:36 a.m. on Friday night, after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman, New Hope police dispatched an officer to conduct a wellness check on the state senator who lived in New Hope. When the New Hope officer arrived at the scene, she saw Belter's black SUV parked down the block with the lights on. The New Hope police officer believed that Belter was a police officer who had been dispatched to the scene to check on the status of the state senator.
Right, because he just looked at the at the vehicle itself, thought that that was the one. But again, what that guy should be suspicious of immediately is just like, wait, why is there another guy here? Because I'm assuming if we're operating off of police sort of doctrine and operations, like they're going to just contact one guy to fucking go ahead and do it, not like multiple fucking people to do the same thing, right? Wouldn't make any sense otherwise, huh?
The New Hope police officer pulled up next to Belter in his car, rolled down her window, and attempted to speak with him. Belter did not respond. According to the officer, he just sat there and stared straight ahead. So the New Hope police officer, who had been dispatched to the scene, proceeded to the state senator's home, and she waited for other law enforcement to arrive. When they did, by the time they did, Belter had left the scene.
Yeah, okay. So she probably got sussed out saying like, hey, what's up? How's it going? You doing the wellness check? Blah, blah, blah. Status report, yada, yada. Or some shit. No response. Got immediately sussed out saying like, okay, I'll do it. Whatever. Fuck it. Got immediately sussed out. Probably thought it was Bolter. Called fucking backup. Be like, okay, I think the guy is here. The guy is here. Guys, I might need a hand because he's fucking armed. Blah, 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 blah. So, based off the first video, I wouldn't say that this is, corroboration. I would say that this is broader incompetence. I don't think the police were cooperating with the Bolter at all. And this is like, them potentially like catching, could also have been like some slight incompetence, but also based off of the actions of female police officer. I'm not like detecting anything too sussy here. I don't think this is corroboration at all. I think this is just like some part of it could be incompetence, but some of it is also because it's just like, oh, a bit of like a complete fucking shit show because the dude just is just running around assassinating people, right? So it's gonna be a bit of a fucking more dynamic situation is what I'm sensing here. But yeah, I guess that's like pretty much the whole update. The dumbass has been fucking captured for the time being. Again, I still want the motivated reasoning for as to why because he was a Democrat before, and he was appointed to like a sort of like low-level position within the state apparatus. You know, a more like, yeah, like basically like a lower-level position, yada, 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 that he was appointed to. What I want to know now, basically, is what was the reasoning for as to what made him become a Republican and what radicalized him into, well, being like, I don't know, a crazy fucking like abortion activist. Those are the things that I'm looking to sort of find out right now in particular, is what I am more curious about. And I think the only way we're probably going to know that is, I don't know, like the release of a manifesto or something about like, I don't know, ideology or something. But I don't know if he's even written that. That's like the only thing that I'm really curious about. But you know, we'll just have to wait and see to let this continue to play out at this point. Can't speculate too much further than that, unfortunately. Alright, why is there over 1 million tweets about Israel, Iran? I mean, that's the big thing that's happening right now. Oh, hey, it's me. Agreeing with Nick Fuentes. Truly is a cursed day, folks. But again, the only reason why Nick Fuentes is even saying this to begin with is because he's an anti-Semite, so. Okay. I don't think there's anything here in particular that I don't have already prepped and opened up. Thank you, Al Jazeera. Very cool. Whoa, excuse me. Ugh. for once I'll finally have a stream that doesn't end at 1 in the fucking morning. Let's fucking go, guys. Hell yeah, brother. Alright. Alright, in the terms of something is now happening, bros. Nothing ever happens, bros, of course, in shambles, because stuff is now happening. Breaking. Netanyahu says that if the U.S. Helps Israel assassinate Iran's supreme leader, so that be Ayatollah Khamenei, it will help end the conflict and make the Middle East great. We're gonna make the Middle East great again. This dumbass knows what he's playing into. Let's be honest here. The only reason why Israel even went ahead is more than likely because fucking Netanyahu decided to manage to whisper a bunch of sweet nothings in the ear of Trump and convinced him to allow Israel to go ahead with strikes in Iran. That's the only fucking reason. But, you know, what do we got here? What do we got?
U.S. officials tell us that the president flatly rejected a plan, an opportunity that the Israelis had to take out the supreme leader. Do you understand his concern? My understanding is his concern is that this would escalate the conflict beyond where it is already.
No, it's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict. We've had half a century of conflict.
Again, Benjamin Netanyahu, why is he doing all of this? He just wants to maintain his own fucking power for as long as fucking possible because of, whoa, the simple fact that, hey, his fucking wartime cabinet needs to be maintained because he's got corruption charges swirling around him. If he fucking loses, because the Knesset was about to collapse. There was a vote recently within the fucking Knesset where it needed to pass. Otherwise, whoa, guess what? The shit would have fucking completely and utterly fallen apart. That shit barely fucking passed. His political position is not very, very stable because he's incredibly unpopular. Think about it for like 3 seconds. How many fucking people is this motherfucker at war with? He's been bombing Yemen, the Houthis. He's been bombing Lebanon. He's been bombing Syria. He's been bombing now Iran. He is at war with most, like, half of the fucking goddamn, I don't know, polities within the Middle East. Oh, and of course he's been bombing the fucking Palestinians. That's 5 different people that this motherfucker is bombing right now. So, whoa, crazy. People might be a little fucking upset with what's going on in the Middle East right now. You know, listen, I know what I may be saying here is a little crazy, a little radical, a little ridiculous, but maybe, just maybe. That's why people are not particularly happy with the behavior of Benjamin Netanyahu at the moment. I'm just saying.
Conflict spread by this regime that terrorizes everyone in the Middle East, has bombed the Aramco oil fields in Saudi Arabia, is spreading terrorism and subversion.
Hey, what was going on? What was Saudi Arabia doing at that time? Oh, they were bombing the Yemenis. They were bombing the fucking Houthis, not allowing fucking aid or medicine in, along with the U.S., doing a suffocating blockade, and we're just killing people. Maybe that's why they were doing that. You know, very, very, very cool.
And sabotage everywhere. That's the forever war is what Iran wants, and they're bringing us to the brink of nuclear war. In fact, what Israel is doing is
Okay, if that were the case, then why the fuck are you bombing literally everybody in the Middle East? If what Iran wants is the fucking forever war. No, you're the one who wants the forever war.
Preventing this, bringing an end to this aggression, and we can only do so by standing up to the forces of evil. Look, democracies.
Buddy, you were the one who started bombing the fucking Palestinians. You are the common denominator here. You are the fucking problem, my dude. You are the issue. Honestly, if you were to make this argument about your fucking self, then that would actually bring an end to all the fucking conflicts, now wouldn't it? Hoo, cheeky, cheeky, cheeky.
Have had to learn this lesson. You know, they faced a tyrannical regime, a radical, fanatic regime. For 40 years, I've been saying, actually 3 years after the establishment of this radical Islamist Ayatollah regime in Tehran, I said that the greatest danger, not only to the survival of my country, but to the peace of the world, is Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons. And they are on the...
Hey, I got something for you, Benjamin. Benjamin. You have been saying this as a fucking claim for the past 30 fucking years, dude. And there was a deal in place to stop Iran from doing that. It was called the JCPOA, and you managed to convince Trump to tear that shit up. Because again, for you All you want is war. You are the one who wants the fucking war, not the Iranians, not anyone else, okay? You are the one who keeps fucking attacking people. Yeah, oh no, my ethno-state, it's in trouble. Uh-oh. The fucking internal contradictions are starting to show up everywhere. Again, you're the one who's doing all the fucking bullshit lying at this point. You are the common factor. You are the root basis for all the issues. But, you know, whatever. We have to fucking sit there and believe that it's actually Iran that's doing this. What? Didn't one of these, like, dumbass motherfucking Zionists release a fucking goddamn video of, like, Paris being nuked by Iran or something? Let me look at this. Paris being nuked by Iran. It was the most fucking schizo shit I've ever seen in the planet, okay? It was so fucking stupid. Where the hell is it? I have to find this fucking goddamn video, dude. It was so fucking dumb, bro. Some fucking Zionist who fucking put that shit out. It's like, alright, man. Totally, yeah. Just do, this is definitely what's going to happen, totally. If Iran acquires a nuclear weapon, they're going to, I don't know, randomly, like, bomb the shit out of fucking Paris for some reason. Like, okay. It was one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever seen on the fucking planet, dude. Where is that fucking video? I will find this damn video. I will find it. I tell you what. God, I know I saw this shit today. I will fucking find it, though. Because it was so fucking goofy. I tell you what, I will find this damn video because it was so goofy. Gosh dang it, Bobby. I'll tell you what, I will find this damn video, Bobby. Even though I don't know how to make a JPEG. I tell you what. Gosh dang it, Bobby. think I'm getting close. 'Cause I saw it this morning. Should have opened it in a fucking separate tab so I have it ready. Because it was so funny! The best way to find things is through just keep scrolling down through the TL until you find what you're looking for. The greatest way to find things. Fuck, I think I lost it. No. It was so funny. Or it might have been deleted. It was like some AI generated video. It was so fucking stupid. Of like, that was put out by some Zionists of Iran. Is like, this is what happens if Iran were to acquire a nuclear weapon. They would fucking bomb Paris or in like 2050 or something with a nuke. And it's just like, it's like, that is the dumbest fucking shit on the fucking planet, dude. Like, why would they do that? What is the reasoning? Why would they? Like, why? It's just silly. It's ridiculous. I mean, most of the stuff that I'm seeing is just like this state TV lady getting fucking bombed on air, which is fucking crazy. What, Israel bombs Iran state TV live on air as Ayatollahs start to crumble amid Tehran radiation alert? Okay, bro, whatever. Well, I can't find that video, which was really, really funny. It was one of the most ridiculous things I have ever seen in my fucking life. But quite literally, some like Zionist account was just like, guys, if we don't stop Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon now, in like 2050, they're gonna bomb Paris or something. Because that's like the exact same thing that this dumbass is also saying.
Brink of achieving that. So imagine what they're doing now without nuclear weapons. Chanting death to America without nuclear weapons. Imagine what will happen if they had nuclear weapons. And the
Quite literally, when I think even Ayatollah Khamenei himself explained this, when he said death to America, he's not talking about death to the citizenry of America. He's talking about the state apparatuses that exist within America. He himself, I think, has literally also said that, yeah, we have no problem with the people of America. Like, quite literally, they're not the problem. The problem is like the people, like the people that are running the country, running the state, right? I almost want to say, like, let me see if I can't find that. Ayatollah Khomeini, death to America. I'm really curious if that exists. No. Is this it? Can I pull the tab, please? Thank you.
گله میکنن که چرا ملت ایران میگن مرگ بر آمریکا. اولا بنده این رو برای حضرات بزرگان آمریکایی روشن کنم. مرگ بر آمریکا یعنی مرگ بر ترامپ و جان بولتون و پومپئو. مرگ بر اینا یعنی مرگ بر سردمداران. ما به مردم آمریکا کاری نداریم.
Well, that seems pretty clear there, Benjamin Netanyahu. Not that I support the Ayatollah. I'm not really a particularly big fan of theocratic, like, religious extremist governments, but that's what he means by when he says death to America. That means that.
مرگ بر آمریکا یعنی مرگ بر شما چند تایی که اون گروهی که دارید اداره میکنید کشورتون رو. مراد اینه. حالا در این دوره اینان، در دوره دیگر هم دیگران.
Yeah, because honestly, to misinterpret that as like anything else, you have to be pretty blatantly dishonest. But then again, American media are pretty blatantly dishonest. Now, I guess like the counterpoint of like, well, you know, how do you know that he's not being blatantly dishonest himself? As far as I could tell with how like Iran has broadly engaged with a lot of geopolitics, I have no reason to make the assumption at this point that he's being fucking dishonest. Broadly speaking, a lot of people within America and throughout the fucking world are not particularly big fans of a lot of the fucking actions that, say, the U.S. is taking, broadly speaking, across the fucking world. They're not particularly big fans. Let's keep that. Let's be quite honest here.
بحث ملت آمریکا نیست. ثانیاً تا وقتی که دولت آمریکا و رژیم آمریکا همین شرارت، همین دخالت، همین خباثت، همین رذالت رو در اعمال خودش داره، این مرگ بر آمریکا از دهان ملت ایران نخواهد.
Whoa, so what he's talking about there is the fact that America continues with its military fucking adventurism through Israel, deciding to just keep attacking people and doing unjustified fucking bombing campaigns, is what he probably speaking means by America continuing its fucking wickedness of constantly bombing the shit out of people. That's the problem that he's fucking having. That's why he's saying death to America.
من توصیم اینه که به اروپایی هم اعتماد نکن. در مورد آمریکا من از 2-3 سال پیش که این بحث‌های مذاکرات مربوط هسته‌ای
And when was this, by the way? Oh, this would have been soon after. Yeah, I believe that this was in fucking reaction to the tearing up the Iran nuclear deal, right? Yeah, this was because of the Iran nuclear deal.
من هم خصوصی به مسئولین میگفتم هم در جلسات عمومی در سخنرانی ها مکرر گفتم من اعتمادی ندارم به اینا اعتماد نکنید.
And he doesn't have like any particularly inaccurate reasoning for fucking believing that. What did Trump just do by listening to the stupid fucking speech that Netanyahu gave during the fucking UN talking about how Iran still has their fucking nuclear test capabilities and sites and they're enriching uranium to weapons grade, which was not true, by the way. The IAEA said, like, that's just not true. Netanyahu is lying. Trump didn't fucking heed the IAEA. He heeded Netanyahu and tore up the fucking nuclear deal. I wonder why these guys might be saying death to America.
به اینا اطمینان به حرفشون، به قولشون، به امضاشون، به لبخندشون اعتماد نکنید. اینا مورد اعتماد نیستن.
Not even a signature can be trusted. It was signed at that point.
حالا نتیجه این شده که مسئولینی که اون روز مذاکره میکردن خودشون امروز دارن میگن آمریکا غیر قابل اعتماده. از اول بایستی این غیر قابل اعتماد بودن رو تشخیص میدادن، حرکت میکردن. امروز هم دارم راجع به اروپا میگم غیر قابل اعتمادن. نمیگم درباره مسائل مورد
I think it's pretty fucking clear and evident what is meant by death to America by the Iranians. But, you know, this fucking lying fucking motherfucker is never going to be truthful about that.
CBMs, the intercontinental ballistic missiles, to deliver it to every place on Earth. We're preventing the most horrific war imaginable, and we're bringing peace to the Middle East. And I believe...
Again, he's just saying this, and there's no evidence of this. It's a deterrence. It's the same thing the Libyans were trying to do, and then, well, you probably had a hand in convincing the West and NATO in order to fucking pursue that. Because, again, Muammar Gaddafi wanted to be like, yeah, I don't want to get invaded by any of these motherfuckers. Fuck these motherfuckers. Again, Muammar Gaddafi's not particularly great. I don't really like him all that much. But he wasn't wrong there.
That after our action, we're going to be able to bring the Middle East to new heights that nobody even imagined. You know, make the Middle East great again. Make it truly great.
Yeah, he's full of shit. Yeah, keep bombing the shit out of people. Whatever. Sure. Anywho. Iran seems to be cooked. I don't really think so, to be honest. Like, there's no reason to assume that Iran is really cooked, to be honest. They have a large stockpile of weapons. They're going to be able to drag this out and make the Israelis suffer for fucking every inch, basically. Like, it's not... Not really. I think the people who are probably going to suffer the most is... Well, it's just going to be both sides that are probably going to suffer the most. I don't think Iran is really going to care about this as much. And since Iran, broadly speaking, has more people at its side in comparison to Israel, Israel is going to be the one who probably is going to end up losing this sort of war of attrition. But, you know, we have, like, a bunch of world leaders talking about, like, oh, yeah, dude, you know, Iran are definitely the bigger, stinkier players here. So, got Mark Carney here, so... Was basically begging to negotiate? Well, apparently that's not the case. They've canceled all nuclear talks, but we'll get to that. I also saw a headline saying that as well, but they've also canceled the nuclear talks. And this was about 2 days ago. Maybe something has fucking changed, but I, like... unless, like, there's been such a crazy, flipping of dynamics that, you know, we'll see. Iran's nuclear program has long been a cause of grave concern, and its missile attacks across Israel threaten regional peace. Again, who were the first to attack Iran? It was the Israelis, because Israel, or through Benjamin Netanyahu, more than likely got into Trump's ear saying, like, hey, if you want to get a deal with them, maybe, just maybe, if you let us attack them, try to stop their nuclear program, because they're still trying to enrich uranium while you guys are negotiating. If we attack them and go after them, then hey, maybe we can bring an end to all this, which was an obvious lie. Today, I convened our National Security Council to receive an update on the situation and to ensure that all necessary steps will be taken to protect our nationals and our diplomatic missions in the region. Canada reaffirms Israel's right to defend itself. Again, who attacked first? It was the Israelis. The Iranians didn't attack Israel. It's really fucking stupid. Yes, I do. Yeah, Israel, in terms of like the battlefield sort of situation, Israel is the one currently in control of the skies. The Iranian air defense has not been very effective in terms of sort of helping wrest control from the Israelis, because again, they have all those American planes, which are probably superior in comparison to Iranian planes. That's not hyperbole. That is true. Israel does currently dominate the skies. But the thing is if you dominate the skies, keep in mind, Iran is incredibly fucking mountainous. Very mountainous. And a lot of the main nuclear infrastructure that exists within Iran is deep under those mountains. Air power is not going to be able to do shit against that. Even like some of the main nuclear sites that exist, Iran is digging out tunnels inside of the mountains in order to connect those particular nuclear sites together to be able to prevent that. So, yeah, I would probably say the solution, initially it was diplomacy, right? The Iran nuclear deal was doing its job. Quite literally, during 2015, it was doing the job. The IAEA corroborated 11 times, saying that Iran was following to the tenets of the deal to a T. That still didn't, like, again, we all know Benjamin Netanyahu, all he cares about is war with Iran. He's been like schizophrenically talking about this for the past fucking 30 years at this point, which is insane. The main problem here is Israel. So at this point, personally, I would just say, fuck it. Israel can't be fucking trusted. They are an incredibly belligerent, rogue state that can't be done anything with. So at this point, if we're talking about Iran as sort of like a safety for them in order to be able to continue to exist as a state, they require a fucking nuclear weapon, because the Israelis can't be fucking trusted because of how much more insane and lunatic and belligerent that the Israelis are acting. The main common factor here is the Israelis. And considering that Trump is the one who's in power now, who's been willing to give anything and everything that the Israelis want, crazy, who would have thought that the situation is going to be such that now for Iran to exist as a nation state, it requires for them to have a nuclear fucking weapon. Because no one's dealing with the fucking common factor here. It's the Israelis. They are the fucking problem. But, very cool. We're going to keep talking about the stupid line of Israel has the right to defend itself. Like, quite literally. Yeah, Israel is the guy with an you're on a date with, and he starts talking about all of his crazy ex-girlfriends unprovoked. That's pretty fucking accurate, to be honest. Like, they're the fucking problems here. We call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint and move towards a diplomatic resolution. Yeah, again, Mark, Israel's not interested in a diplomatic resolution. They don't give a fuck about diplomacy. They've never given a fuck about diplomatic resolutions. And I think, broadly speaking, every world leader, generally speaking, knows that. It's just that they can't upset Israel too much without upsetting all the fucking dumb fuck Zionists too much, because they'll have their schizophrenic conniption saying like, actually, you're like anti-fucking Jewish. Nah. Why aren't you fucking supporting our ethno-nationalist state? Nah. Ursula von der Leyen, who is the leader of the EU, just spoke with that Prime Minister with Netanyahu. We are following developments in the Middle East with deep concern. I reiterate our commitment to peace, stability, and diplomatic efforts leading to de-escalation. In this context, I underline that Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the main source of regional instability. No. How many fucking people is Israel attacking right now? They're attacking Palestinians, they're attacking the Houthis, they're attacking Lebanese, and they're attacking the Syrians. They're attacking Lebanon, Syria. They're attacking like 5 different people. Unprovoked. Because again, what does Israel want to maintain? The war cabinet. Because Netanyahu fucking understands that if the war cabinet goes away, his political situation and his party, his really weak coalition, fragile coalition, is going to collapse. And there's going to be an election where he's going to be more than likely voted out because he's incredibly unpopular. That is the problem. And there are corruption charges and trials that are currently swirling around Netanyahu, which as soon as he's out of office are going to pounce on him. And he's more than likely going to go to jail for the rest of his life. That is the problem. But what do we got? We got Trump. What do we have? What do we have here? From the big orange man himself. Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. Okay, keep in mind, we've talked about what this deal is. Alright? The deal that Trump proposed was just like, okay, you're not allowed to enrich any uranium, even for civilian purposes. Okay. Like, are you going to give us sanctions relief then? Are we going to be able to trade on the world economy? Are we going to be able to use SWIFT? No. You get nothing, and we get everything we want. And that was Trump's deal to the fucking Iranians. That was it. Again, the only reason, quick reminder, why this motherfucker tore up the JCPOA is because it had Obama's name on it and not his. He wanted to have his fucking name on it. That was it. What a shame and waste of human life. Brother, like, you got convinced by Netanyahu, who probably sung sweet nothings into your fucking ear, of him playing into your, like, autistic fixation to try to be a fucking deal maker, and you decided to fucking let them have the go-ahead to bomb Tehran. Israel is the problem. You are the fucking problem here, buddy. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Damn, shouldn't have torn up the Iran deal then because of, like, some schizophrenic conniption that Benjamin Netanyahu had while scribbling on a fucking supposed Persian rug manufacturing plant. Stupid. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. What does that mean? Who knows? Schizo. And now we have the contradictions, the internal contradictions of America First collapsing in on of itself. Ah, very good. America First means many great things, including the fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Make America great again. This was like a photo shot, like a screenshot posted by fucking Nick Fuentes, of all people, saying like, yeah, this is why I didn't vote for Trump, because he just wants to bomb Iran on behalf of Israel. That's really about it. So, that's cool. That's great. Fantastic. Somebody please explain to Cookie Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Again, hey, pro-peace coalition, by the way, conservative, what's going on with this? No, this is going to be a cause of fracturing of the conservative political movement. I'm all here for it, personally. But, you know, it's just, like, it's a complete fucking shit show. Obviously, like, Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes are not actually interested in peace. They don't give a fuck about any of that shit. That's a complete farce. It's a lie. Like, the fucking right-wing populist idea and notion of peace is just being, like, retreating and secluding themselves from the world, which is idiotic and stupid for a lot of different reasons. But that's completely fucking different. Well, you know how it is with sacrificial MILF, with conservatives being buddies with one another. It's incredibly fucking fickle, and it's all just like power plays and games that they play amongst one another, which is ultimately fucking meaningless. But hey, if it causes political instability in the coalition, then I'm totally okay with it. Oh yeah, and keep in mind the G7 was currently going on at this moment. So President Trump cut short his visit to the G7 summit in Canada and returns to Washington tonight in light of the situation in the Middle East, the White House said. Potential for escalations? Well, apparently, you know, as this Israeli channel is saying, now I'm gonna be honest here, this is an Israeli fucking channel that's saying this. Take whatever is being said here with an absolute fucking grain of salt, okay? Nothing is fucking confirmed here, but Israeli Channel 14 reports that Trump is expected to sign an order within hours to formally enter the Israel-Iran war. We all know of all the assets that have been going to that airbase in the middle of the Indian Ocean, Diego Garcia, that was being used to bomb the fucking Houthis. And, you know, some attacks where it had a bunch of MQ-9 Reaper drones were shot down by the Houthis, costing the U.S. a pretty fucking penny. They lost 3 fucking Hornets, and then they stopped. So, that's pretty cool. Great, fantastic. Reports also suggest the U.S. may have already begun strikes on Tehran. We'll see if that gets fucking corroborated by you know, anyone within mainstream sources or news, but we'll see. Aircraft carriers, jets, troop movement, this isn't posturing anymore, it's positioning. Again, this is highly fucking speculative. But, you know, considering the fact that Trump immediately returned to fucking Washington tonight, talking about the Middle East, it's possible, again, this could entirely be fake news. And I don't necessarily believe it until there's actual tangible reporting and some footage, something that's going on. But I wouldn't fucking put it past, like I've said before, if this were to fucking happen, this is gonna make fucking Iraq look like Iraq is gonna look like child's play in comparison to Iran. Very, very official, they're saying. And when they say that on live TV, it usually means it's already underway. This may be the moment the U.S. crosses the point of no return. Entirely possible. Again, still, I'm waiting to see what's going to happen. And, this person isn't incorrect talking about he can't do this without congressional approval. There's been so much power that's been concentrated because of fucking Obama through, like, all the bullshit he was doing with the drone attacks all over the fucking Middle East, Afghanistan, and Iraq, that, like, whatever, who cares? Also, George Bush had a huge hand to play in for as to why, like, the War Powers Act within Congress basically fucking means nothing anymore, and the president could just call war on whoever the fuck they want. So, again, this should be taken with an extreme grain of salt. I wonder if this account that I generally follow has talked at all about any of the stuff that this Israeli channel is talking about. I don't think so, right? Explosions, more missile attacks, more missiles being coming in, blah, 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 more attacks, yada, yada. Don't think there's really anything too crazy. So again, shit like this should be taken with an extreme grain of salt. But, however, you do have to fucking goddamn wonder that, hey, let's be honest here. Given the fact that that Trump did leave the fucking G7 summit back to fucking goddamn Washington because of the situation that's going on, but here, we got something fucking recent. What do we have here? But it's entirely possible that the U.S. could enter the fucking war. I still don't think it's going to happen. Like, there's got to be some... I'm assuming that there's probably more than likely someone in there saying, like, that's not, like, a good idea. That's going to be fucking crazy. But maybe, I don't know. Who knows what the fuck could happen. This is an incredibly dynamic situation where anything can fucking flip on a dime. So breaking, the White House is discussing with Iran the possibility of a meeting this week between U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. According to 4 sources briefed on the issue, and that's by Axios. Well, yeah, exactly, sacrificial MILF. Trump is a fucking complete and utter moron, which is why, at this point, we don't know what the fuck is going to happen. Anything can fucking happen at this point. Because we all know, Iran has canceled fucking nuclear talks, the next round of the nuclear talks, and this will happen during the fucking 14th, right? Why? Should be fairly fucking obvious. The Israelis started to fucking bomb them with seemingly the approval of the Trump administration. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, whatever, has confirmed to Al Jazeera that the next round of Iran-United States nuclear negotiations scheduled for Sunday in Oman has been canceled. Asked on Saturday, can we have clear confirmation that Sunday's talks are canceled? Araghchi responded, yes. So this was when, guess what the Israelis did? They started attacking Iran. Shortly after that, Oman confirmed the talks will not take place. A senior U.S. official later confirmed that the nuclear talks will no longer be happening. The official told the Associated Press news agency that that although the talks were off, we remain committed to talks and hope the Iranians will come to the table soon, speaking anonymously to discuss diplomatic matters. So again, at the very least, the U.S. is seemingly still open to talks, but again, given Trump's fucking fickleness, who knows exactly what's going to fucking happen at this point. So pretty much all that can be really said and really done at this point is crazy. Whoa. Who the fuck knows? It depends on what Trump does. Anything can fucking happen at this point. Who really knows? But from what I understand, based off of what Flying Man was saying, there was apparently an article saying that the Iranians were desperate for talk, and I'm trying to figure out why. Thank you for verifying my device, Wall Street Journal. Very cool. A battered Iran signals it wants to de-escalate hostilities with Israel and negotiate. Messages passed by Tehran through intermediaries seek a return to talks if the U.S. stays out of the fight. Okay, so they want to... So if the U.S. doesn't enter the fucking war, if they do manage to enter the war, which is what Netanyahu wants and is probably going to start pushing for, again, based off of this shit now, right? We can tell what he means by the rhetoric here, right? Assassinate the supreme leader, help us end the conflict, and make the Middle East great again. What Netanyahu wants is he wants the U.S. to join in. The Iranians don't want that, obviously. They're still willing to fucking talk instead of the table. Oh, God damn it, I can't fucking read this. So what? Iran has been urgently signaling that it seeks an end to hostilities and resumption of talks over its nuclear programs, sending messages to Israel and the U.S. via Arab intermediaries, Middle Eastern and European officials say. That's cool. Great. Fantastic. Is off. Khamenei doubts that nuclear talks... Khamenei, rather, not Khamenei. In a rare ministerial call... Europeans urge Iran to resume nuclear talks. Okay. Who gives a shit about what the Europeans have to say? They don't really have much of anything to offer here. Who the fuck cares about them? Israel issues Tehran evacuation order. Very cool. Not seeing anything in particular here saying that they're fucking desperate. And what do they mean by a battered Iran? I guess we can also technically say the same thing about Israel. They've also been, you know, a bunch of missiles has also fucking dropped on them and shit. Like, it's a complete fucking shit show. We just have to fucking wait and see what happens. So it's understandable why Tehran and the Iranians initially canceled the fucking talks. But now they're desperate for fucking talks or something. Again, like I've said before, the Iranians never really wanted this conflict. They were willing to fucking negotiate with the U.S. The problem is who fucking was being provocacious? The one who fucking poked the bear. It was this motherfucker. This motherfucker is the problem. Him and his little fucking freak apparatchiks. Like, you know, Bezalel Smotrich. Probably fucking Yoav Gallant. It's all these fucking dudes. Yeah, that's true, honestly. Yeah, this is also the same dude that had to be pulled away from the Pope's funeral to talk with Zelensky. Exactly, Sacrificial MILF. Like, literally... This fucking guy, or rather, you know, Trump. Trump is, like, giving into the stupid, idiotic delusions of a guy, again, and this is the common factor here, it's Benjamin fucking Netanyahu, like, whoa, crazy. He just wants to keep his fucking war cabinet going for as long as possible because he knows that if he doesn't, the fucking government is going to collapse. That is the main reason why Benjamin Netanyahu is doing any of this. That is why. Well, you know, we could talk about, like, what Trump fucking thinks and believes. He doesn't really think or believe in anything. Let's be honest here. He'll just do, like, whatever he thinks is going to be most efficacious for him politically. And depending on who speaks in his ear last, tells him what's going to be the greatest result politically for him, he's going to follow that in particular. He doesn't fucking have any actual beliefs besides, I don't know, making the world worse. And in terms of, well, sort of positions like Israel, Palestine, and the Iranian, and, you know, the whole conflict within the Middle East, he has no fucking idea what he's doing. Because he never gave really much of a shit of any of this. Like, he used to be against the Iraq War, then he was for the Iraq War, then he was against it, then he was for it. It turns out that if you have a fucking dumbass who believes in absolutely nothing, you're never going to get any fucking consistent results, and random bullshit is just going to ensue. Who would have thought that such a thing could be possible? So really all we can do at this point is, wait and see what happens. We know what Benjamin Netanyahu's goals are. He wants to maintain the war cabinet as long as possible to make sure that his government doesn't collapse. That's what this dumbass wants. Trump is just going to do anything in order to be able to get a political win. That's it. So, you know, the Iranians are more than likely probably interested in having talks because they never wanted any of this shit. Israel wants this for obvious reasons, just because they're evil and they want to cause death and destruction to everyone. That's really about it. Keep in mind, these motherfuckers have like bombed 5 different people at this point in time. Now they're bombing Iran. It's crazy. And Trump is fickle, believes in nothing, and will just do random fucking bullshit at the drop of a hat. So he can't be trusted or relied on fucking anything. The fact that we have to rely on the Iranians in order to be able to solve this fucking conflict is fucking insane. Honestly, get the fucking Chinese in there, okay? Obviously, the U.S. can't be trusted for shit. Nothing can be fucking believed from them. They'll just do complete random fucking bullshit, which is why everyone on the world stage fucking hates dealing with them, but has to, like, try to placate them because, whoa, it turns out, like, a stupid, dumbass, fucking petulant child with, I don't know, some of the strongest fucking toys on the planet is still fucking incredibly dangerous to have to deal with. And you need to know and deal with that fucking nonsense. So, pretty much all we can do, wait and see what happens. It's a dynamic situation, but obviously, I'm not particularly confident in the Trump administration's abilities in order to bring this to a conclusion. Think about it. This is also the same guy who said he would solve the Ukraine war on day one. It's been over half a year, and you still haven't done shit in terms of the Ukraine war. So, that's pretty cool. Fantastic. Excellent. So, whoa. Crazy. All of the fucking negotiations that this motherfucker Trump has gone through have completely collapsed. The Hamas talks have collapsed. The fucking Ukrainian talks have completely collapsed. The Iranian talks have completely collapsed. It's almost as if everything this dumbass fucking touches is always fucking collapses and becomes a complete shit show. Because again, this is a dude who doesn't understand or believe in anything. That is the problem. So it's really easy for dictatorial dumb fucks and far-right dipshits to just lead him around like a dog on a fucking leash. So much for the pro-peace coalition of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. All right. We are done for today.
Jason, where's the drugs? Where's the drugs? Jason.
I'm going to actually raid out to Boy Meets Mini. Because Boy Meets Mini is hardly ever on. That is who I'm going to raid out to. I'm going to raid out to Boy Meets Mini. Alright. You dorks know what to do. You know what to say. Transstride with the Daho raid butt if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid butt. That's how we show appreciation to those range 20Ks. Gamers! I will be back tomorrow, and what are we going to be doing tomorrow? It's gonna be more fights, right? Next is Norman. Norman is next, so your dad, is who is next on the docket. And it's going to be then going across the Route 119. So what, it's going to be Norman, then Crasher Wake, then, it's going to be Norman, Crasher Wake, and then the Weather Institute, and a rival fight, and then it's Winona. That being the 6th gym. So those are the next fights that are going to be on the docket. Lovely. Perfect, excellent. Very cool and very good. Anywho, I will be back tomorrow. We'll continue yapping probably about more shit and also, well, more fights. Anywho, I'm back. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.